seminar on the science communication, and the first session is chaired by Dr. Maha Arjuna. I invite Dr. Maha to take the chair. And the first lecture is by Dr. Brooke Smith. She will introduce to the Brooke Smith, and she is already online, I think. You have this?
Yes, I have. Good morning, everyone. I think yesterday we spoke about many things. We spoke about science communication, climate change, and many other global challenges. Today, in this session, I'm very excited about this session because as a science communicator, my job is also to communicate to those who are not making real decisions, at least not in authority, children, parents, teachers, because this is where, when we speak to children, these children are going to bring this message back to their parents. And it can be a very influencing act, actually. So for this session, I'm not going to take so much of time. Let the experts speak about what they do. We have two experts who are working on science communication, and I think this both, especially Dr. Sabi, who is going to be, I hope he's here, and he's going to be talking about popularization of science to children and parents and teachers. And the first speaker, Brooke Smith. Brooke Smith is the Director of Science and Society at the Kavli Foundation, where she works to strengthen science relationship with society. So this is what I was saying. It's not just stakeholders like investors and policymakers, but to the society as well. And I mentioned about social licensing in my talk yesterday. And Brooke is passionate about scientists engaging with various publics and supporting those who enable scientists to communicate and engage effectively. She has background in also science communication, public engagement of science, public policy, science journalism, and organizational leadership and development. So she's I don't want to take reading her bio. With that, I'm going to invite Brooke Smith to the screen.
Hello, can you see me and hear me okay?
Do we see her? Yes, we see you now.
Okay, great. And you can hear me?
Very well, Brooke, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, good evening here in Los Angeles and good morning to you all there. I'm delighted to join you virtually from the other side of the planet this evening and morning. I'm excited to hear about the discussions that you've been having and hear how some of the things we're thinking about here at the Kavli Foundation relate to the discussions you're having. I'm specifically going to talk a little bit today about what the connection between the public and discovery science is and what gaps and opportunities there might be as we further connect the public to discovery science. So in terms of the talk here for the next 15, 20 minutes or so, I'll talk a little bit about what I mean by discovery science and a bit about the Kavli Foundation as we support discovery or basic science. I'll talk a little bit about what we know and what we don't know about the public's relationship with discovery science, and then give a little bit of an outlook of some paths forward, some opportunities, and some future directions we might explore. So first of all, discovery science. This is a quote from Vannevar Bush. Vannevar Bush was the advisor to the president in the 1940s here in the United States. And he was a science advisor. And one of the things that he's famous for is putting together a report called the Endless Frontier Report. This is the report that led to the creation of the National Science Foundation here in the United States. It also was the beginning of the United States' large investment in what we'll call discovery science or basic science. And I know that we around the world are all investing in basic science in different ways. The United States really was at the forefront of investing in discovery science. And the way that Vannevar Bush talked about it in the 40s is that discovery science, or basic research, I will use those terms interchangeably, is research that's performed without thought of practical end. It's the general knowledge and the understanding of the nature and its laws, and the general knowledge that provides the means of answering a large number of important practical problems, though it might not give a specific answer to any one of them at the time. This is also often referred to as curiosity-driven research, just our investment in understanding ourselves, understanding the world around us. We don't know what we'll do with that knowledge immediately, but we know it'll be useful, and we know it's really interesting and fascinating as we learn about it. So the Kavli Foundation, we are a private foundation here in the United States that funds globally. Our vision and our mission is to advance science for the benefit of humanity. And we were established a little over 20 years ago by Fred Kavli, who was Norwegian and moved to the United States to start a business. And he was an engineer, and he applied the knowledge of basic science to his business. And he felt very strongly that without the United States and other countries' investment in basic science and scientific discovery, that he, as an entrepreneur, wouldn't have the knowledge needed to apply that to start his business, grow his business, which was on the engineering side of aerospace and aeronautics. So he started his business in California, and he passed away about 10 years ago, but he left his fortune to philanthropy, to give his money away. And so I work at the foundation that does that. And we specifically focus on funding basic science, discovery science, especially in the fields of astrophysics, nanoscience, and neuroscience. And this was part of Fred's vision to give back, to ensure that we have consistent funding for these open-ended, curiosity-driven research questions. We also have a commitment to science and society, and that's the program that I lead here at the foundation. And so that leads me to this talk, which is thinking about the relationship between discovery science and curiosity-driven research and society. And what do we know about that relationship, and how might we strengthen it? I started here at the foundation about 5 years ago, and these are some of the questions that we've been asking as we get started, so we can think about how to help best nurture that relationship. One thing we are doing, and one way we are doing this, is we've actually teamed up with the Department of Energy here in the US, which is the largest funder of basic science, discovery science here in the US. We have engaged in a partnership called the SciPep Partnership, the Science Public Engagement Partnership. The website is not up here, but it is scipep.org. So these letters, SCIPEP.org. I encourage you all to look there, because there's going to be a lot more resources of things I'll talk about available on that website. But essentially, the Kavli Foundation and the Department of Energy together, as funders of basic science, have a commitment to better understanding what the relationship is between the public and basic science, and how we might improve that. So we started on a journey a couple years ago, about 2 years ago, to uncover what we know and to uncover some questions that we should be asking to better understand that. So one of the things that we found right away was we looked at what existing studies there are that look at the relationship between basic science and the public. And one of the really interesting ones that I wanted to start with and share is by a group called Science Counts. So their URL is here on the screen, sciencecounts.org. You can look at this study and many others that they've done. But one of the things that we realized is that how the public thinks about their relationship to science is very different than how scientists think about the relationship with science. And so what they did is they polled various members of the public, as well as scientists, to ask them what they identify with science. What's the terminology or the feeling that they identify with science? And so on this graph, the terms AAU and society are referring to scientists that they polled. So AAU are scientists that they polled from academic institutions, from universities. And society are scientists where they polled them through scientific societies like the American Chemical Society, the American Physical Society, the scientific societies. And what they found is that scientists, the red and the blue dot, really tend to associate science with a process. They think about it being about joy and excitement, and the process of doing science is really exciting. The public, however, thinks about science as the payoff. They see it as the hope. What's the application? How is it going to affect my life? And this was really interesting to us because if we think about how we often communicate about science and talk about science as scientists, we are so interested in pulling people into the process of science because it's so exciting as a scientist. And we want people to see that science is a process. It's not just a series of facts or a series of results. And so we've seen the scientific community be really drawn to a propensity to talk about the process of science. But what's interesting is we see that the public is maybe not as interested in the process of science. Maybe they're interested more in the payoff of science, the hope of science. What else is really interesting about this is if we look a little closer at this data and we unpack who those scientists are and what they think about their relationship with science and how they identify with science and how they might want to communicate science. What Science Counts did is they plotted the different disciplines of science on this same plot. And what we see is below that dotted line, which are people, scientists that you might associate with being maybe more leaning towards wanting to talk about the payout of science. Those are the more applied science. They're the engineers and they're the social scientists. Above the line are even more process-oriented science, more about what are we doing, not why does it matter in the world, but how are we uncovering it? Why is it so exciting? And these tend to be what I would classify as the basic scientists or the discovery scientists. So we see physicists and mathematicians and chemists and biologists falling more in this upper left-hand part of the graph. And this is really interesting to me and to our folks at the Department of Energy that we're in this partnership with, because we're seeing scientists being pulled to talk, especially basic scientists even more so, talk about the process of what they're doing, but the public being much more grounded in, but what's it mean in terms of the application and the payoff? This has been interesting to me as someone who's worked in the field of supporting scientists in their communication as well, because I've seen this in what I do. There's a piece written on the Kavli Foundation website, kavlifoundation.org, that I wrote about this topic if you're interested in going to read it. I spent a number of years before coming to the foundation supporting scientists to become more effective communicators, to think about how to hone their message, to think about relating to the audiences that they're connecting with. And I had an experience time and time again. I worked with a lot of basic scientists and applied scientists. And one of the tenets of communication, one of the strong pillars is you really need to think about your audience and how your work is going to be relevant to them. And I found myself time and time again working with basic scientists and then being really stumped with this question. They often would say to me, I do basic science. It's not relevant to anyone's life. So you're asking me to put my communication into a frame that's not why I'm doing the science and why I'm passionate about the science. And I appreciate that and I respect that. And in science communication, one of the things we often say is we should be supporting scientists to communicate about things they're passionate about. But what do we do if the things they're passionate about is not the things that the public is resonating with and the public is connected to? And so this is opening up a whole series of questions for us about how we're communicating about basic science, how we're helping scientists be more effective in their communication. One of the things I also hear all the time from folks is, but curiosity-driven research is just so interesting. We're coming up with all of these new insights and information that help us understand ourselves, help us understand our place in the world. People love curiosity. People love these new discoveries. And isn't that enough for basic science? And it might be. And we've certainly built a whole industry around sharing the exciting discoveries within astrophysics, within neuroscience, understanding our brain. There's a lot of really exciting films and other media that connect people to the wonder of science. And that's really exciting. One of the other things that we've learned is, and this is again another survey done by Science Counts, focused on Americans specifically, is that they found that curiosity gets people in the door. Curiosity awakens people's excitement to engage in science. But if they don't have that connection to then what comes next, then the curiosity and their connection to science will be fleeting with that single interaction. But if you really want to bring people in and then think about how do you keep them connected to your science, how do you have a discussion about your science with them, how do you get them involved in being part of the science you do, you really have to find that connection. And so this is what they found from their survey. And I see this as a call to action for basic scientists. We're doing a really good job sharing the curiosity of what we do and the kind of, the whiz bang factor, as we say. But are we then turning it into a connection? So what does this mean in people's lives and helping people stick with the science and stay connected with the science by sticking with that relevance? It's so much easier to do in applied science, in science that might be about health or the environment that you live in. But when we're talking about understanding space or understanding how a cell works, really thinking through how that connection can be made. But also remembering scientists often don't want to do that. They want to talk about the process. So I see this as a challenge and an opportunity. So after we thought about all of this and recognized that there might be some gaps here, then we, with our friends at the Department of Energy, said, well, let's look in the literature. There's a lot of social science literature about science communication and public engagement with science. Let's see what's been published and what people have studied about people's connection to basic science, curiosity-driven science, discovery science. So we commissioned a landscape report of some science communication scholars to dig through the literature. And here's what they found. They said that social science information about people's relationship with basic science or how to communicate about basic science is missing in action. That less than 5% of public engagement or science communication research focuses specifically on basic science. They went on to find, if you can see this statistic, I think is amazing. They looked at 1.5 million articles about science communication and found 43 of them that talked about basic science specifically. So this, again, to me is a challenge and an opportunity. We clearly have a lot of assumptions about what we think people feel connected to around basic science, but we actually haven't really studied that. And if we study it, then we, as people who are motivated to connect people to science, can do it in a more informed way. After we realized all this, we hosted a virtual conference about a year and a half ago. You can find out all about it on that SciPep website. There's a great summary of it, and you can actually watch all of the sessions that we had. They were all recorded and are up there. People came from around the world. Here was the folks who attended the conference. But I encourage you to go, if you want to dig into any single aspect of this, go to the SciPep website and go to the resource page, and there's a piece about our conference, and you might find some of those talks or some of those sessions to be interesting to dig into as you think more about some of these topics. So with all of this, one of the things we've now done with the Department of Energy is to put together a bit of what we call a prospectus, which is, okay, so what do we know and what do we need to understand more if we're going to do this work well? And so we have this prospectus published on our SciPep website. And some of the highlights say that we really need a greater understanding of basic science engagement, not just the anecdotes of what people have done and people saying they've gone and shared things, but really, measured the results, done some evaluation on it, brought some social science to bear to study what we understand. We also need, I think, more communities of practice, more people who think about science engagement, basic science, connecting with each other to think about this. A lot of times it's a lot of applied sciences talking with each other. And we need to do more bridging of the scholarship in these communities of practice and broadening. And I'm really excited to be talking to you at this conference to see if there are ways that we could connect into your networks with some of the networks we're building so we can all share our stories and our scholarship. One other thing I wanted to mention to this group too, should it be something we want to talk about, is another aspect of this that the Kavli Foundation is really interested in is not just connecting people around basic science because it's exciting and curiosity driven, but sometimes basic science might lead to a discovery that could raise an ethical issue or concern. We've seen this a lot in genetics with like CRISPR. That was a fundamental basic science discovery that immediately had people scratching their heads about what are the ethical implications of that? What is that going to mean? I put up here a picture from the New York Times Magazine highlighting some science being done at the Kavli Institute at Yale University, which is a really important study in neuroscience about bringing neuronal activity back to a dead pig brain. So the brain had been dead for, the tissue had been dead for over 24 hours, and they brought some neural activity back to that brain. And that raises a lot of ethical questions. And so one of the things we also then wanted to better understand is, what are we doing to better talk about these things with the public when these discoveries are made? We know the public gets engaged eventually at the point of application and tech application, often in controversial ways, through media and various venues where the tech application has already happened. But when the discovery made is the public involved. So we actually commissioned a report about this. The Danish Board of Technology in Denmark did this report, and they looked at, when there have been scientific discoveries, how have the public been involved? You can find this report online too. But basically what they found is that the publics are not involved at the time of discovery. They're involved way further down the road. And that's good that they get involved initially, but I think that this is a call to action for scientists so that we can be more proactive about perhaps bringing the public in earlier to these conversations. With this in mind, we at the Kavli Foundation just created 2 new centers, one at Berkeley and one at Cambridge in the UK, called the Kavli Centers for Ethics, Science, and the Public. And these 2 centers are meant to bring a multidisciplinary approach to think about how we could engage the public sooner in discovery science and actually work with community partners to engage the public. So I will wrap up with that. I have 2 quick slides left. I'll just put them on the screen as a way to wrap up here. But one is just a reminder of what some of the challenges are, that we need more scholarship and understanding about people's relationship with discovery science. We need scientists to really think about how they're engaging with folks, not just to lecture with them and talk about the process, but think about the relevance. But I would also say that I think this is a really exciting time to be working in this area. There's a lot of bright spots. We are seeing scientists so willing to engage and talk about these things. They're excited to share their journey. And if we can help them find ways to connect to the public in meaningful ways, that would be really exciting. While there's a lack of scholarship on basic science engagement, there is growing scholarship on science communication. So if we can start building in questions on basic science, I think we'll move a lot further. And I also think there's just a lot more connections to be made. A lot more people are talking about this. And globally, I think we're starting to make some connections, and I'm excited to make some of those with you here. So that's it. I'll wrap up and turn over to you. I'm not sure if you want, if questions will come now or later, but thank you for your time. And I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you so much, Brooke. I must just say, wow, and thank you so much for putting the spotlight on basic research. This and I'm a strong advocate for basic research, and we always hear ministers, I don't know Pakistan, but we always hear ministers asking, so I give you this amount, and when can you give me the products? Because they want the products within their term, within their tenure of 5 years, so that they can say that that is what they have accomplished. And talking about basic research to the public and making them understand whether it's curiosity or connections, and the importance of basic research is so important, because this is the people who are going to be the ministers and the policymakers and the investors and grant providers in the future. So thank you so much, Brooke, for talking about this. I'm sure there'll be questions. Stay on, and we will have the questions later after the second speaker. So now we have got Dr. Sami Anwar, and I met him recently in Lahore about 3 weeks ago, and I was so impressed with what he was doing that I decided to go to LUMS and visit his lab. And there what I saw was undergraduates designing and doing their own gadgets that we always use in the lab. These gadgets, we always get this from outside our country, but I see his students designing these gadgets in the lab. So I'm not reading it from here, because what is here you can all read. And I was also very impressed with the work he does outside his academic role, which I mentioned in my talk yesterday as well. We don't want everyone to be science communicators full-time, but you can take up this role while doing your research roles and also teaching roles. So he was doing wonderful job as a general secretary of the Khwarizmi Science Society. And I must also mention that he is he graduated from Oxford. I think that requires some merit as well. So Sami, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Maha. It was indeed a pleasure meeting you a few weeks ago in Lahore. And thank you, Brooke, for this very exciting talk this morning. It's indeed very inspiring. So today, I'm not going to talk about the work that I do in my laboratory, in my professional endeavor. I'm a professor of physics at LUMS. I'm also the Dean of the School of Science and Engineering there. There's quite a bit of work which is happening there. It's about empowering our students using tools and gadgets that they can make on their own, employing the open source hardware resources to do research and teaching. What I'm going to talk today is germane and closer to the theme of this workshop, and that is community engagement through science communication. And the idea that I would like to mostly talk about is mostly in the form of science festivals. Now, science festivals have remained a popular mechanism of creating curiosity and engaging the community since about a couple of centuries. And in the 19th century, we come across this concept of exhibitions. So these were mostly industrial exhibitions, which also featured new inventions, new contraptions, new gadgets, new machinery that was built at the turn of the Industrial Revolution that improved people's lives, enhanced the efficiency of the work process. But then the element of basic science and discovery science came to the fore. And now we have throughout the world a very large galaxy of science festivals that take place. Some are small, some are really big. And I'm really happy to mention that in Pakistan, the society with which I work, the Khwarizmi Science Society, has taken the lead on this. About 10 or 15 years ago, we initiated the concept of what we call science melas or science festivals. And now these festivals have taken a life on their own. So here in the screen, you will be able to see see this. This is a logo of our society, and here is a child who's looking through a theodolite or a terrestrial telescope, which was provided by the Pakistan Meteorological Department at different objects. The idea was basically initiated in 2009 by my father, Dr. Saadat Anwar Siddiqui. 2009 was very special since it was declared by UNESCO as the International Year of Astronomy. So what my father thought at that point in time was that astronomy is a very potent vehicle for inciting and piquing the interest of our youngsters towards astronomy in particular, but science in general. So why not connect astronomy with the community? And the best way to do that is to look at what the community likes. And the community likes festivals. As we know, in Pakistan and in this part of the world, the only outlet against worries and woes is sometimes you go out into the field where a mela has been organized, and you just forget about all your worries, your economic dispossessions, and you think about life and you enjoy the sweetness of life through different kinds of activities. You eat, you laugh, you smile, and that's what happens in a mela. So why not connect astronomy with melas? So we introduced this concept of falakiyati melas. So in these falakiyati melas, what we used to do is we had some telescopes in our possession. We used to load the telescopes on a truck and move out to outside Lahore, throughout far off places in Pakistan. Sometimes we went to forts, fortresses, we went to banks of rivers, we went to schools located in rural settings. Of course, upon invitation, we had solicited the interest of hosts, and we selected hosts so that we could ensure geographic diversity. And we went out into these places, took our telescopes with us, and this is what eventually happened. So this is a picture from one of our falakiyati melas. So if you look here, here is a telescope. The telescope is connected, instead of the eyepiece, we put a camera there. The camera is then connected to a multimedia projector, and the view from the astronomical landscape is then projected onto a large screen. And there's a large number of people. These people are not just students, they are parents, they are teachers, they are commoners, they are the common citizens of that area. And they relish at the wonders that they see on the screen. They could see craters on the moon, they could see the Terminator line that divides the dark and the bright regions on the moon. They could see the landing spot of Apollo. They could also see Saturn's rings. They could see storms on the Jovian surface and so on. And they just wondered. And as the famous communicator of science, Carl Sagan, once said, if a child sees through a telescope, it can change his or her life forever. So these moments are what we aim to create. Seeing through a telescope and seeing these far off planets and sometimes nebulas and galaxies in a live setting could be mesmerizing. And this is what those Falakiyati Melas aimed to achieve. Here is our resident astronomer, Umair Asim, talking to a girls' school in Shadara. And the picture is not very clear here, but this is the Rohtas Fort. So we also try to connect science with history, with archaeology, with our heritage. Science is in fact very holistic. When you talk about basic sciences or applied science or engineering, it's not just that particular discipline. There's a great opportunity to connect with our past, to connect with our culture, with our languages, and we all ingrain all of these ideas into our activities that as I will show in a minute. So we also would like to propose that these activities in the form of festivals also fill important gaps in our educational system. And I think I'm talking about Pakistan because my direct experience is in Pakistan, but this might hold true for many parts of the world. Almost all of the developing world faces problems of this kind. So what are the gaps that exist in our current ecosystem, in our educational ecosystem, that we can aim to fill and address using science festivals? First is the idea of peer-to-peer learning. Generally, in a classroom, we have a teacher on a higher pedestal and students are mere listeners. And it's a very passive exercise, and it's an asymmetric one-way exercise. There also exists a power differential that the teacher is on a higher throne and the students are just listening and they don't really participate in the activity. Science festivals and out of the classroom engagements can encourage peer-to-peer learning. One student talking to another student, one child becoming a mentor for another child. This is something really important. Then a great, and this connects to the previous talk, and you heard the word hope. If you look at our classrooms, they are dull, they are boring. Have you ever seen a smiling teacher in a classroom in a government school? I haven't. It's the hope and the excitement and the joy that needs to be instilled in the minds of our learners. And when these students who participate in our festivals, they become actors on the stage, they do experiments, they do demonstrations, and there's a whole auditorium filled with other children watching them, it gives them confidence, it boosts their morale. So it's not just learning about how the universe works, it's actually character building that is happening outside the classroom through these scientific engagements. Science is not just for the classroom or for the educational institution. It has to go out into the streets. If you would really like to connect science with the public and with the citizens, and I think this is what this workshop is all about, science engagement, public engagement, you have to walk out of the comfort zones of your laboratories, of your classrooms, and go out into the streets and connect with the common people. And when you connect with the common people, you have to understand their nuances. You have to understand that some people may be unlike you. They may be different in their disposition, in their mannerisms, in their language, in their culturalism. So a great human connection is built there. And that's what these science festivals aim to achieve. Of course, there's a wonder and the awe-inspiring, jaw-bending factor that comes to the fore as well when students say wow or wow. It's just these are the tiny moments that are created probably for the first time in the lives of these students and the teachers as well. So I think these science festivals are a great opportunity to incite curiosity in young learners. Finally, when you make a science festival, it's not just boring lecturing. It's not just a poster presentation. You have to show them something. And when you have to show them something, you have to build things. And in fact, what we do in the Lahore Science Mela is that we build a mini museum. We call it an exploratorium. And there are about 200 other performers or exhibitors who converge to this Science Mela every year, happens in Lahore. Last year, it was on the 29th and 30th of October. 75,000 people descended to the Mela in a couple of days. It's a really huge event. And people have built machines, they have built robots, they have built something. So it encourages a culture of building, something that we have forgotten as a society. And there are other two important gaps in our educational system and in our society that these activities aim to address. One is the kind of shunning that we do for mathematics. Mathematics is generally forgotten. It's consigned to the very boring people, to the old aged people who have no spice left in life. It's extremely dull and insipid. So I think these festivals are a great opportunity to rejoice about mathematics. They can show that mathematics is not just paper and pen, it's physical. The physical world is mathematical. You can build games, you can build puzzles, you can build different kinds of articles and artifacts that are physical, that are tangible, that can be touched, and they talk to mathematics. And the one ingredient that's missing in our education, science education particularly, is the concept of beauty. When we teach to our students at the school level, we don't talk about beauty. Sometimes children have to be exposed to beauty. If a beautiful concept is being conveyed, students have to be told that this is beautiful so that they appreciate, and the ideas of appreciation of aesthetics can be germinated within students. So I think mathematics is a great vehicle to enliven this idea of beauty. And of course, one thing that is generally missing is our festivals have to be socially modulated. We as a society, unfortunately, are very elitist. There is a great barrier and a great power differential in our society between the people who think and the people who do. And derogatory words that we use for our laborers, for our masons, for our craftsmen, for our instrument builders are known to everyone. So I think these festivals connect different branches of the society. They connect the scientists, they connect the philosophers of science, they connect the thinkers with the doers. As Freeman calls it, it connects the birds with the frogs, people who build big things, who think about big things. So our festivals also attract laborers. They also attract masons, craftsmen, traditional arts people. And it's all together. It's all in a great fusion. And we have no VIPs in our festival. So I think the festivals are an important message that we can give to our society of egalitarianism, hence emancipation. And that's why I call these science melas to be a source for community empowerment and liberation. And these are the ideas that actually keep us going. So it's a kind of a social movement that we can do through science festivals. Now, when we do science, when a physics or a chemistry or a biology teacher or maths teacher is teaching in his or her classroom, it just confines to his particular can of interest. He doesn't go beyond, he doesn't go inside, outside. The science that we teach is very unholistic, it's unconnected. It has been fragmented, and this fragmentation is deepened by the kind of educational system that we have. For example, after matric, after grade 10, our students are trifurcated into pre-engineering, pre-medical, computer science, and perhaps arts. So it's 4 kind of sectors. A biologist cannot learn mathematics after grade 10. A mathematician cannot learn life sciences after grade 10. Someone who does MSc chemistry has no clue of what mathematics is. He cannot become a data scientist or an algorithmist. And so these divisions that we have festered in our society have to be broken. And festivals, when you go outside the curriculum, when you go outside the regular mold of things, are a great opportunity to do science holistically, to break away disconnectedness, to talk about philosophy, history, and heritage, because that's what the public is interested in listening about. They want historical connections. They want to do science in a manner which does not belittle our own past, our own traditions, our own culture, our own religion as well. So I think festivals, if curated and orchestrated really properly, can also become a great advocate of holism in science. Science need not be acultural. And of course, through these festivals, we can talk about big questions, which are generally not possible to do in a classroom. For example, where does this universe come from? Who are we? Where are we headed to? Were human beings apes in the yesteryears? So big questions about science are also really important to talk about. And festivals and these out of classroom activities can be an important vehicle. So here you will see some graphics that we do for our science festivals. It's in the local language. It's in the vernacular, Urdu, Punjabi sometimes. So people have to make a connection. The people whom we talk to in our festival, the 75,000 people whom we treated, they do not understand English. They do not understand a language that they do not converse with their children or with their elders. You have to at least to bring people on board and to arouse their curiosity and instill the sense of wonder. You have to talk in a language that they understand. So it's really important that all the messaging, all the signage, all the instructions, all the entire campaign is designed in the Urdu language or bilingually. And then our curriculum misses out on important areas. For example, we hardly talk about astronomy, about what's above our sky, above our heads, what's under our feet. There is hardly any mention of minerals, of the kind of treasures that are hidden inside the earth. So these festivals, these out of context but contextualized activities can really bring to fore these ideas. Technology and AI gets a mention when you first study computer science, and the lucky ones who get into computer science these days get to know about AI. But what about our school children? They need to learn about data. They need to learn about technology. Technology is generally considered to be an application of science, but technology and science are really symbiotic, and sometimes really becomes hard to distinguish between discovery-based science and applied science. So our students need to get the sense of engineering, of building things, of technology right from the very early ages. And festivals are a means to do that. Of course, Pakistan's natural resources, archaeology is a great test bed for discovery science and applications. And finally, the human body. Our biology books at the school level do not talk about the human body. They mostly talk about perhaps other animals like the frog or the rabbit. So it's really important to bring the human body back onto center stage. So here you can see an image at the top right of a telescope that is pointing towards the sun. It has different kinds of filters on it. So you can look at the sun in calcium, in sodium, in hydrogen. Here is a technology-oriented arena in our science festival. There's a drone that is flying. Students observe perhaps an agricultural drone for the first time. Here, and a performer is looking at geological specimens under a microscope. All of this is happening all together. And I think this is one of the biggest festivals in the world that is organized. So I do encourage all of you to come this year. Here are some other photographs. A robotic arena, you can do chemical reactions live and talk about chemistry, bonding, energy. Here, the different crop varieties in Pakistan, some of them genetically modified, are on display. The flora and fauna of Pakistan and the natural resources are on display. Here, a student is taking his attempt at a mathematical game. Finally, medical colleges also come. So when we talk about science, generally we miss out on the clinical side. There's a huge swathe of doctors in our country, who are generally outside the realm of scientific investigation. So we need to connect with the clinical community as well. And the human body is a fascinating arena where students can be lulled and attracted towards STEM disciplines. So here is a medical college in Lahore that brings their anatomy museum to the science festival every year. They have fetuses, they have body organs, they have tissues on display, they have microscopes. You could do histology. Students look at histopathological specimens all in real time. Here a child is, her heartbeat is being monitored. Sometimes these heart stethoscopes are connected to a huge audio system, and the murmur or the palpitations or the heartbeat is beamed across the arena of the festival. So it's really a fascinating place. It's like an Alice's Wonderland. And this is all voluntary work, no government support. All the money for this is raised through crowdfunding, through friends, through large-hearted donors. It's all community driven. And finally, I would like to mention that there are certain factors or elements in our educational system who are totally amiss. One is the child. The child should be the foremost protagonist in an educational ecosystem. The child is forgotten completely. The child's age, his or her mental capabilities. The child is always on the receiving end, but this has to change. Festivals are a means to do that. The child can become the learner, the teacher can also become the learner and the citizen. If our science, the science that we do, does not talk to the citizens, it's going to remain in an ivory tower. So I think that these science festivals are an important social glue. And Dr. Maha, do I have 4 or 5 minutes for a video? So finally, I would just like to end by a video, and I hope this works. This is a 5-minute video that captures the essence of the kind of things that we do in our festivals. Is the sound connected? Okay. आवाज भी ऊंची है ठीक? आवाज ऊंची है? This is done in a public school, and the schools compete to become hosts. The competition between schools that they would like to host this. This is a high voltage experiment. This is a schoolgirl who's talking about crystals. All of these are demonstrators, volunteers from across schools and colleges in Lahore and around. This is a walk-in crystal. So you walk inside a crystal. So there's a Baitul Muslim or a dark room in which you do optics and laser experiments. These are mathematical games. There are microscopes. Students can look at live specimens through microscopes. Rock samples. Gyroscopes. Solar astronomy. There are cues on telescope viewing. The sun is a great source of entertainment. Astronomy is not just a night activity, it's a day activity as well. And that's how it works in our schools. Optics. I've never seen any festivity, not just food melas, it's actually science, about science. So these are out of school children from Sindh. Harmonograph. So all of this has to be built as well. So it encourages building and creativity.
So, science is not
Exactly.
मेरे ख्याल में वो पैटर्न्स डिफरेंट होते हैं ये डिफरेंट ख्याल है ये इसको जब नीचे की है इससे कुछ ज़्यादा टाइम लग जाता है क्योंकि वो लंबी है वो ज़्यादा पीछे जाती है और वो अच्छा नहीं मुझे आगे समझ और ये
Lots of robotics. These are school children who make all of this. And they become communicators, not just heavily paid science journalists, perhaps. A child can become a science communicator. Exactly. So there are lectures and public science lectures that accompany all of this festivity.
इस मुल्क के अगर कोई तरीका है बदलने का वो एक ही है, वो है इल्म के जरिए, साइंस के जरिए, टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए और उसके नतीजे में जो खुद एतमादी पैदा होती है। यही ख्वारिज़मी साइंस सोसाइटी का मकसद था जब 1997 में डॉक्टर सादत अनवर सिद्दीकी और मेरे वालिद ने इसे कायम किया। अब ये एक ऐसी तहरीक बन चुकी है जो स्पॉन्टेनियस है, जो बढ़ती जा रही है।
मेला है, इसकी तारीफ के लिए मेरे पास अल्फाज नहीं है। बच्चों को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है साइंस को लर्न करने की, साइंस को देखने की, साइंस को सीखने की। इस तरह की जो एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं उन बच्चों में आप ये समझ लें कि उनकी मेंटल अप्रोच को रेज करती हैं।
इनक्रेडिबल मेला है जनाब, पूरे लाहौर से मुख्तलिफ स्कूलों से लोग आए हुए और इतने क्रिएटिव बच्चे इतने क्रिएटिव किस्म की मुख्तलिफ चीज़ें कर रहे हैं। इस तरह के मेले और होने चाहिए ताकि एजुकेशन, साइंस, सोच की फरोग हो पूरे पाकिस्तान के अंदर।
डॉक्टर सादत अनवर सिद्दीकी started the ख्वारिज़मी साइंस सोसाइटी। उनकी ये मुसलसल काबिश रही साइंस को आम लोगों तक लेकर आना, साइंस को दिखाना, साइंस का मुजाहरा करना, साइंस को समझाना, और हर लेवल की साइंस है। यहाँ पर स्कूल्स भी हैं जो अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स लेकर आए हुए हैं। ऑन दी अदर एंड सन जैसे जो दुनिया के साइंस के फ्रंटियर्स पर काम कर रहे हैं, उनकी भी यहाँ पर प्रेजेंस मौजूद है। इस तरह पाकिस्तान एटॉमिक एनर्जी कमीशन, डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज़, कॉमसेट्स, GCU, वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी, इनके भी डिफरेंट शोबाजात अपने अपने ऐसे डिस्प्लेज लेकर आए हैं। लोग आम तौर पे फूड मेले और इस तरह की चीज़ें करते हैं, मगर कुछ रूहानी ग़िज़ा के लिए भी मेले होने चाहिए। तो हमारे हर किस्म का बहुत टैलेंट है इस मुल्क में, लोगों को डिस्कवर करने और अट्रैक्ट करने की ज़रूरत है। और मेरा ख्याल है कि इस तरह का जो इवेंट है यूनिक है हमारे लिए। इट्स अ फैंटास्टिक इनिशिएटिव और हम देख रहे हैं कि कल कोई 1 लाख के करीब लोग आए। आज भी मेरा ख्याल है कम नहीं होंगे।
पूरे पाकिस्तान के सारे सूबों से ये बच्चे आए हैं, रिमोट एरिया से आए हैं, जो कि अंडर प्रिविलेज किड्स हैं एंड आउट ऑफ स्कूल चिल्ड्रन हैं। DNA मॉडल इन्होंने साइंस मेला लाहौर में प्रेजेंट किया है। साइंस मेला लाहौर ने बच्चों को मौका दिया कि ये कैसे ज़िंदगी में अपने लिए और फ़ायदेमंद और मुल्क के लिए एक बेहतर मुस्तकबिल साबित हो सकते हैं।
Thank
Thank you, Dr. Sabi. That was really bahut acha, I must say. And it gives me goosebumps because I love communicating science and I do it at home all the time. I do it to anyone I meet anywhere who are basically not exposed to science. I must also add to what Carl Sagan said, if the child's life will change once he or she looks into the telescope, I think it's the same if the child looks into a microscope as well. As long as we expose a child to science, even when we are gardening, when we are cooking, I do that to my children when they were small. And when I met Dr. Sabi, I immediately went home and I told my daughter, who is doing mechanical engineering in Australia, I said, you must go and do internship with Dr. Sabi in his lab. And I think she's already wrote to you. So that is how much, work or science, like what Brooke said, it brings hope, joy, excitement. But Brooke, are you still there? She has left. Okay. Now, she mentioned very important things like basic research and how it actually gives a different impression to the society and to the scientists. So to the scientists, it's joy, excitement, but to the...
She's there. Brooke is there.
Hi, Brooke. Yeah, you're still... I hope you can hear us. So to the society, it's pay off. But I think that the joy and excitement of scientists can also be translated as a payoff, because every basic research actually has got an application in real life, whether it's astronomy, space science, or biological science. CRISPR is basic science. But today we see CRISPR in medical field, in agriculture, in disease management, everything. CRISPR is just everywhere. And the same with all the research that takes place in NASA. Whatever was meant for space is being used by us today, from sunglasses to swimwear and many other things. So I strongly believe every basic research, if we study photosynthesis, it's basic research, but that has now to tell us how we can develop crops that are photosynthesis efficient, or changing a C4 crop to a C3 crop, for example. And also how we can weed killers are developed because we know how we can inhibit certain enzymes in the photosynthesis pathway. So basically every basic research has got its place in everyday applications. So with that, I want to open the floor for questions. I think that these two presentation was really excellent, and reaching out to children who we think it's not important because they are not really related to our work. It's a wrong notion. So let us open the floor to questions. Yes, Samar. Do you have a microphone around? While the microphone is coming to Samar, I also hope that the presentation has inspired you to also go out and reach out to children and media and parents and teachers.
Yeah, thank you so much for such a mind-blowing presentation. I congratulate you on this work. I have two questions. Number one, we are talking about, during this whole presentation, we actually talking about, and you raised the point about the quality of education which we actually giving to our primary and secondary school students. So do you have any plan right now or in future for a training program for these primary and secondary school teachers? Number one. And number two, do you have any plan in future to having this science mela specifically for special children, because they are doing their education as well and they understand, but by their own means. So if you will do that, it would be a great contribution towards the society and specifically for the parents of their children.
Right. So very good question. So yes, we do. This is just one aspect of the work that we do. There are many teacher training programs that we run in parallel. Right now in Islamabad, there's another program that's happening in the Park China Business Center. We're doing teacher training there. We have a very well laid out program of training the trainers kind of thing. So that is happening all the time. The question there is of scale. We have in Punjab alone, we have 600,000 teachers or 550,000 teachers. It's a really, really big problem.
The kind of scale that we would like to do this at is, and the number of science teachers is minuscule. It's really small. So how do we scale it up? That's a big question. Technology can play an important role. What I think what we as an organization, as a non-profit organization can do is just to create the moments for teachers and students to become excited about science and give them the confidence through some initial programs that they can do science, and then ask and partner with other organizations or the government to take it up as a long-term community engagement paradigm. The second is about special children. So we don't do anything specially for special children because we want them to be a part of the regular activities. So we have about 200 performers in our Lahore Science Mela. Each performer is either an institution, a university, a college, a school, or an individual. And a good number of these, a significant minority of these are underprivileged children. They are special children. The demonstrators that we engage to do the science engagement, some of them are special children. So we don't think that a special activity should be organized for them. They have to be brought into the mainstream. And that's what we try to do. So it's a very diverse festival, 200 performers, 75,000 people coming in. We have a team of 200 people who build this. And we do a conscious effort of inviting, say, deaf children, schools for deaf children, special needs as well. But do remember, this is a specialist's tasks. We as our organization does not specialize in this. We can give them a platform, but it's a specialist's task, and there are other organizations, I think, who can do it much better than we can.
Okay, then, but my recommendation, my humble recommendation is you should highlight this little one in your presentation and in your movie as well. That you have this special performer who are doing this job for these children.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you, Samar. Other questions for Dr. Sabi or Brooke?
It's an online question.
How do we? Okay, yes. We have got a journalist, Said Paras. Please, do you think you can unmute yourself and speak?
It's write their question
Okay.
in the chat box, and then anyone can read it out.
Okay, if not, those who are joining us online, please type your question in the chat box and I will read that to our experts here.
Hello. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Usually, when we are to communicate science to specifically to children, in societies like ours, there is specifically a problem of what we could call, I mean, the conflict with culture and religion and stuff like that. I mean, as Dr. Brooke is from, I mean, she wrote some article like science communication in the United States of America. It's complicated. So it is complicated over there too. But can Dr. Sabi comment on this fact that what are the challenges they face in communicating science to people, general public, and then specifically to children, and on the front of the conflict with religion and all those and the culture, and how could those challenges be overcome? How could we softly introduce science to them, the concept of science, and then dealing with the history of life, evolution of life, and all those concepts, inculcating those concepts, telling them those concepts, and then also giving these concepts comparatively softly. Thank you.
Well, it's a very complex question and a multifaceted question. The first thing is, I think people ask this question to me many a times. The problem right now is twofold. One is we have created our own barriers. Have you ever done science communication in a religious madrasa? Have you ever gone out to the hundreds of thousands of madrasa students who study in religious seminaries? You haven't even talked to them. What we try to do in other events and in the science mela as well, we give special preference to students who are studying in a religious madrasa and they would like to showcase their robots. There are 2 or 3 institutions religiously inclined who teach their students about Hifz and Nazra and other religious studies, but they also train them in computing and robotics, and they present in our. So give them a chance, give them a platform to come here and break the barriers. First is human barriers, the human and the social barriers that we've created. It's really important to talk to them and bring them into the folds and into the arena of science communication. And you will understand, even though there will be some activation energy, but once that activation barrier is crossed, it's going to be a smooth ride and they understand you. And one advantage that they have over many of I come from LUMS, a very good institution, but so-called elite institution, and all the public sector universities in Pakistan, we don't have the language skills, the kind of criticality that ought to be there in our education system is not there. But some of the religious educational systems do really good at that. So I think they have some advantages as well. So it's important to talk to them. 1. Number 2 is about inside the classroom. Our problem is that we don't do the science well. When we teach science, and if we do it well in an objective fashion, in a strong, in a deep fashion, and we do it really well, so we have a good grounding on the science that we're teaching our school teachers, then I think some of the questions that come from the religious side, they will be automatically answered. So this constant struggle between religion, or the apparent conflict between religion, culture, and science, is because that we're not doing our science well. We do our science well, many of those questions will be automatically answered. And do not discourage children to ask those questions. They will ask their questions. They will ask questions about evolution. It's very natural. So we should not discourage those questions. We need to address them, understand them, and answer them, and admit sometimes our deficiencies in answering questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sabi. Now I'm going to turn to Brooke.
My apologies for being persisting about this fact, but I teach biotechnology at University of Malakand, and I constantly face this problem when we are teaching, for example, topics of evolution to our children in our students in classroom. We are faced with this conflict with religion. I honestly want to have an opinion from someone in the audience or from the speakers, that what are the ways that we could deal with these things. We could tell them both, we could carry both science and both religion at the same time, and we can have a way out to understand evolution, because there are at least some basic foundations where there is a deep-rooted conflict. For example, when you tell them that life has evolved, for example, and then at the same time, so people don't understand this thing. People are comparatively in conflict with this thing. So this is some comment I would like to have from the audience or from the speakers, that how can we carry these two concepts together in a soft manner.
Okay, can I divert that question, evolution and science, evolution and religion, to Brooke? How do you do that? Because I think that is the same thing you have in the developed countries as well. Are you muted, Brooke? We don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you. This is a really important topic. So in the United States, I think it's interesting because it's a little bit different, but also the same as most things are. So the tension of religion and science in the US, I think, has been something that's been talked about and discussed for decades. And the issue of evolution in the classroom was something that even came up to court cases in the middle of the 20th century. So I think I'm learning a lot listening to your questions and your presentation. The culture I think is very different here, and what's regulated in terms of government and education is also really different. I think where we are here in the U.S. is, we teach evolution in the classrooms, and we also teach people about the process of scientific thinking and how you explore scientific thinking and what different how you explore hypothesis and encourage free thinking. It's interesting because here in the US, I would say that there are parts of the United States, and it's really, different regions and different places where there's different cultures, where some religious cultures are stronger in some communities for specific religions than others. And that might manifest differently in the schools. But in general, this is an overstatement. I think the teaching of science with also a teaching of empowerment of free thinking is a really important part of how we think about it here in the US. I draw your attention to, I know you mentioned that chapter that I actually have this book right here. It's called Communicating Science. And this is a really thick book. I don't know if you can see it if I'm on the screen, but each chapter is about a different country in the United States, and it explores how they've grappled with these issues. You can download all of the chapters for free on the internet. You don't have to buy the book, but it's really interesting. I encourage you to read some of the other countries, because I think what we can learn a lot from the different perspectives of different countries of how they've grappled with it, because it is a theme that comes up over and over again. I think it's a tough one. I think your question is a really important one.
Thank you, Brooke, and thank you for highlighting that book, because I think we have 40 over countries and authors contributing to that book, and I was one of them. And coming from Malaysia, I spoke about how religion comes into play when we are communicating science. Now, evolution and religion, I think that's a tough one, especially if the religion says that humankind started with a man and a woman. But like my religion says otherwise, we believe in evolution. But but then I believe many other things in religion, like fasting, for example. Is fasting good? Why are we fasting? Because it detoxifies. Instead of eating everything every day, there is a period of time where you are required to fast because it detoxifies. And then we use turmeric, we use neem when we have, I don't know, in Pakistan, in India, we use neem when we have chicken pox. And why so? Because we know neem has got antibacterial and antiviral properties. So this is how we can actually link science to culture. Our ancestors did that without understanding, just through observation. But today we know turmeric has got antiviral and antibacterial properties. So there are a lot of things in our culture. And I also know that in Quran, for example, there are many herbs that has been mentioned. And today we look at these herbs, they actually have medicinal values. Why prophets use those herbs? It has got medical benefits. And dates, for example, why prophet started or ended the fasting with dates? Because it is really a superfood. So you see, religion can be linked to science. The only thing that we need to see it in through a science lens. We had a question from Paras. Can you, Paras, please make your, or I will read the question. Can I see the screen, please? I think the question from Paras to Dr. Sabe was, science popularization is still not widely practiced in Pakistan, and probably you are the only one who's doing that. How can we change that in Pakistan?
Excuse me, Maha. Hello, Dr. Rabia here. Can I add a bit into it, the question that was asked?
Okay, is it related to the previous question?
Yeah, it is related to the previous question.
Can we go through this, since I've already read this question?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Sabe?
Right. So I think, Paras, we're not alone in this. There are many other organizations, individuals who are now a part of this movement. So I would rather say it has become a renaissance of science popularization in the country. There are many other movements, and I'm sure you are aware of some of them. There is Karachi, Pakistan Science Club. There is Pakistan Alliance for Maths and Science, which is a conglomerate of 30 or 40 different organizations. There is LearnerBots. There is the Lahore Astronomical Society. Astronomical societies have sprouted everywhere in the country. our activity involves 200 volunteers who want to become science communicators. Now people are trying to get into programs outside Pakistan and learn formally about science communication. Unfortunately, we could only find one program in the Imperial College that trains formally in science communication. There could be others as well, but we're not aware of those. So I think there is a renaissance. अकेला ही चला था जाने पे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ मिलते गए और कारवान बनता गया. So I think this movement is now growing, and I've seen that over the past 20 years. So we're not alone in this. So there is chance for optimism and hope. Dr. Maha, one question for you as well from Paris.
Yes. Okay, so the question to me is the perspective of science communicators dealing with bureaucracy. Well, the bureaucracy, I would translate bureaucracy to sensitivity, because a lot of science can also be controversial, although they're not really controversial for scientists, but it's controversial for policymakers, for the consumers, and for activists. For example, stem cells or genetically modified crops or nuclear technology, cellular therapy, regenerative therapies. So this can be controversial. So we feel like that is where the bureaucracy is. The other form of bureaucracy is how do we advocate for funding, resources, and like what Dr. Sabir said, very few institutes offer programs for science communication. So we want more science communication programs, academic programs. So this is where bureaucracy comes into the way, but I think we have to be the advocate. You have one question, follow-up question to science, culture, and religion.
Yeah. Yes,
go ahead.
So I did my master's in zoology, and I was properly educated in evolution and everything. And then I figured out that the problem with the conflict was not there in the religion, but my lack of understanding of it, my lack of knowledge of it. So I went back and got a graduation degree in Islamic studies. So my answer will be specifically towards discussing with Islam, although I have studied Christianity and other religions as well in comparative religion, but I would address this from a Muslim perspective. So Quran does talk about evolution. The story of creation is in Bible is almost the same as in Quran as well. It does talk about the stages of creation of the universe, and it's exactly the same as is discussed in science now. Also, the creation of living beings, which is discussed more than two times in Quran. The stages are exactly the same, because I went from a zoology background. I was looking for it, and I found it. So it is there. The only conflict that we have about evolution now with science and Islam or Christianity, I would say, is only the creation of the origin of the first human, Adam. And that's about it. There is no conflict in theory of evolution in Islam and in zoology. The problem is that we, being scientists here, I would like to put, because this is OIC banner, I would say that we are going in two separate ways. The thing that he was talking about, I didn't watch his presentation, but I did get the gist of it. Yeah, we are not bringing these two things together. My, I would say, grievance towards my fellow scientists is that we are not studying religion. The Islamic studies book is very short one that we study. It says nothing about proper Islam, and we are not educated in Islam. So we are going two separate ways. We are getting education in science, and the other party is getting education in Islam, but we are not bringing these two together. So the conflict, resolves when these two are brought together. So I would recommend studying Quran with tafsir and translation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that was really probably, answers the question about evolution and religion. In fact, what you said is completely true, because I organized a ulama scientist dialogue, and it was about for ulamas to understand genetically modified crops or foods, how they're developed, and are they haram or halal, and for the scientists to understand what is said in Quran so that they comply to Quranic teaching while they are conducting research. So it's basically like ethical research based on religion. Now, my first workshop collapsed, and you know why? Because the people who I invited from the Islamic authorities were middle management. And exactly like what you said, they are not really experts in science, and neither they are experts in religion. and they are risk averse. So when we talk about all this very emerging technology and relating it to Islam, they were very sensitive, they're very risk averse. They did not want to say anything about both subjects, and they did not want to make a decision. So when it collapsed, the second time we gathered our intelligence, and then we organized that with international ulamas from around the world. And this ulama then said that this agrees with Quran. And in Quran, there is mention about genetics. There is mention about why different camels look different and why certain dates are pollinated. So it's all there in Quran. Sorry, I'm not a Muslim. So basically, if we study or we at least understand both, I think there are more, we can really link that. Having said so, we can't make a ulama a PhD holder. We can't make a scientist a scholar. But what is important is some understanding of both these fields. And I think it can really synchronize very well. So with that, I would like to close this session. I want to thank Brooke and Dr. Sabi for excellent presentation. And I really hope this session has inspired all of you who are scientists and academic here to bring students to your labs. You don't have to do a Mela, but can you bring students and parents to your lab? Can you go and visit students in schools? And I think that will really make small changes and going forward. And why this is important? Because these children are going to be our future politicians, policymakers, activists, media, journalists, and investors, and sitting there giving grants for future research. So let us instill science in their mind. So thank you so much to both our speakers. Brooke, you're not here. If not, we will be very happy to give you a plug, but hopefully we meet another time.
Thank you.
Much. Invite Dr. Javed to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sabi. And please join me in thanking both the speakers. I forgot to mention something else. Dr. Sabi, I think you should apply for Guinness World of Record for the biggest science festival in the world.
Thank you, Brooke, for this. Now we finish this first session of the second day. And after 15 minutes or 20 minutes, we are gathering here for the second session of the day. Thank you so much. There is a tea outside.
Thank you very much for reassembling after a tea break. Now we are going to start the session number 5, and this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Javed Khurshid Sahib, and this session comprises upon 3 lectures. First one will be given by the Dr. Hassan Masood Sahib online, and second one will be given by Dr. Raina Saeed Sahiba, and the third one will be delivered by Muhammad Yahya from Egypt. So it's now over to you, Dr. Javed Khurshid.
Thank you so much, Ikram Sahab. First, I'd like to introduce, Assalamu alaikum, Hassan Sahab. First, I'd like to introduce Hassan Sahab. Is a scientist, science policy journalist. He is an editor for the editorial of the Journal of Nature, and also has a responsibility for Nature's news coverage of Africa and Middle East. Hassan is the author of a number of books, and on the history of the latest book is on GDP, the world most powerful formula and why it must be changed. Second, he is also the author of Science and Islam, the book on Science and Islam, also tied up to the BBC radio and TV series. Hassan studied physics in the University of Portsmouth, UK, and science communication at the Bradwick College of University of London. He is a former Knight Science Journalism Fellow of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and taught science and innovative policies to the science communications student at Imperial College. Now, it's too much to say about Hassan, but I think I won't come in. And we are sorry that you wasn't able to make physically, but we like to be benefited from you. Thank you so much. Mr. Hassan Masood, please.
Javed Sahab, thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Too long. And Dr. Ikram, thank you also for your introduction. Thank you very much to Comstech, to Professor Iqbal Chowdhury for the invitation. And again, I'm also very, very sorry that I am unable to come, but I'm very grateful. Thanks to this technology that has now become so widespread after the pandemic that I can join you a little early my morning, but I'm going to stay for as long as I can to join your proceedings today. As Javed Sahab said, I am a science journalist. I'm a science editor. I work for Nature, the journal, and I'm going to talk to you this morning about the future of science journalism. The first thing I'm going to say regarding the future of science journalism is that we journalists, those of us who work in the media, it's a bit of a risky proposition for us. We're not very good at forecasting. And the reason we're not good at forecasting is because when you work in mass media and your unit of time is the day, if you're a daily newspaper journalist, or the week, in my case, I'm a weekly, my publication comes out every week, or sometimes for some, they're lucky they work to a monthly deadline. That is the future. The future for a daily reporter is tomorrow. The future for someone like me is next week. And we don't often have the capacity to look beyond that. And so big health warning before I begin. And that is that whatever I'm going to say, it's a more than evens chance. I'm not a betting man, but if I was a betting man, then I would say there is more than evens probability that I'm going to say things that do not turn out to be correct if you hold me to them later on. So I'm going to begin this morning by taking us back to late January 2020. And of course, this is the start of the pandemic. Those of us in science media and in media generally have been essential public servants during the pandemic, and I think we've been essential in many ways. We've helped millions, tens of millions of viewers and listeners and readers with questions like, what is this new virus and this disease? What is its structure? What are its symptoms? How does it spread? How do we stop it from spreading? How do we treat it? How do we not treat it? And how do we protect ourselves from it? Every day in every country, and I hope in every language, science journalists especially, but otherwise all kinds of communicators, have been explaining or helping to explain the answers to these and many more questions. So I want to start by taking us back to a morning in the late winter of 2020. I was in my office in London, as I used to come in, as we all did every day, and I was reading reports of a new virus, this new virus, unknown at the time, didn't have a name, originating, as we know, in China. It had been detected in Japan, in South Korea and Taiwan. The first reported cases were perhaps 100, then 200, then 300. And the first reported deaths started to appear, but they were initially in the handful. Now, I remember that day, particularly because a team of scientists, epidemiologists from London, from my old college, where I used to teach, Imperial College, they just published a report. And this report was forecasting what this unknown virus that had a few hundred cases was about to do. The researchers showed us, using travel data from Wuhan, that cases were in fact many multiples of 300. And they forecast an exponential increase in cases and deaths unless something very drastic was done. Now, I remember that day because, like many people, I knew very little about public health. My own primary training is in the physical sciences, and I've been a reporter on science policy, which is my expertise, but I've not really paid a lot of attention to public health. So when I saw that early projection, that modeling study, projecting perhaps 6 or 7 times an increase in cases from the hundreds into the perhaps tens of thousands, from a virus that none of us had heard of, I was thinking, like, well, how do they know this? It's just a report. It's not a peer-reviewed paper. It's not in a journal. You know, where's the quality control? And then, of course, you wind to where we are now, and 7 million deaths, 660 million cases. I mean, those low numbers seem almost too trivial to mention. But it's really, really important that I do mention this, because this really is science's little secret. This is how science works. The knowledge that we have, the knowledge that we report and publish, is often provisional. It gets better, it gets more accurate, it gets tested through evidence, and then sometimes it gets refined and improved, often in fact, and occasionally it might get rejected and we start again. Except now, of course, that this is not a secret anymore. Potentially, most people on the planet who have had some exposure to this virus or have at least seen how it's been reported in all manner of media. They've seen how the science works in real time. Everyone has seen how science is the latest approximation, how it's being tested and revised with new evidence, tested and revised until we get to something closer to the truth. The pandemic really, truly has been an object lesson for all of us in how science works. And I really, really hope that this lesson isn't lost and that those of us in science communication take this forward and we build on it and we somehow imbibe it. We are very lucky, many of us, to be living in an age, all of us, in fact, I would say, certainly everyone on this call, we're lucky to be living in an age where many of the big questions in science are quite settled. And so we've kind of forgotten as a world community what it was like when knowledge was provisional, when we didn't know about gravity or how electricity works or the existence of viruses and bacteria. We didn't know about global warming. And there was a lot of public debate among scientists discussing and debating these different theories. But a lot of those arguments and debates have been settled. And so in a sense, when we learn about science in school, it is the end point. It's like a fixed body of ideas. Hey, learn your Newton's laws of motion, memorize the periodic table, draw the structure of a cell. You're not given any sense of the journey, the debates, the U-turns, the dead ends, the arguments that come before we get to a point where the knowledge becomes more accepted. And this essentially is what the pandemic has done. It has shown how science works from the inside. And I, again, reiterate that I hope that we can take this forward because it's a very important aspect of science communication. So in terms of the future, I'm going to divide my remarks into two halves, the good, what I think are good things, and things that I think are less good. So let's be positive, and let's start with some of the good things. Many of you on this call, perhaps all of you, will now have heard of an artificial intelligence writing software called ChatGPT. I saw something in the well, it's in the press in pretty much every country now, and I saw something in the Urdu language media just the other day. Someone had sent me an article that talked about how Pakistan's HEC, the Higher Education Commission, was getting quite concerned, as are many education and examination bodies, about the implications for assessments, for testing, for exams, if candidates now have this tool. What does it mean for how we assess? It is, of course, a very exciting development. It's also troubling in the way that I've said, and I'll come to that in a minute. I mean, in essence, you can write any query and it will write an article for you. It can do automated tasks extremely quickly, in seconds, minute perhaps. And of course, this has profound implications. One of those implications, and in many ways a positive implication for those who are not in the kind of professional world of media and communications, is that now it just makes it a whole lot easier for anyone to be a publisher. In the bad old days, you needed an expensive printing press to produce the kinds of things that we do. You needed deep pockets of money to invest in technology, in people, in distribution. Now you need a phone, broadband line, internet connection, and that's kind of it. And now if you then overlay AI onto this, then the potential for individuals to publish and to either just communicate directly with audiences, which is already, of course, happening. The whole world of the influencer is just mind-boggling. And so this is going to really, really make quite a big impact. Of course, there are, in a sense, downsides too, which we need to consider. And in journalism, over time, we have developed, as a community of practice, we've developed rules and conventions, and we've developed professional standards. A lot of those are now being rewritten or ignored in response to the technology. And it does sort of remind me a little bit when the first newspaper proprietors and the owners discovered commercial uses for printing. There were few rules about ethics, about accuracy, about copyrights. the need to protect privacy, libel laws, laws stopping hate speech. And these rules evolved and they became more and more widespread, especially after harm started to be created and accidents started to happen, when there were bad practices in printing and publishing, and we needed rules. And I think, in a sense, we're heading back in that direction. We have a new technology. It's still in its infancy, and it's on a long journey. And I unfortunately believe that, you know, some bad things are going to happen before the rules and conventions get tighter, in the way that happened with traditional printing. But on the plus side, of course, it does mean that you don't need to be a billionaire with very deep pockets to build a publishing business. You can now go directly to your readers. I think the other big change for the future of science journalism is in employment, is in the kinds of jobs. The traditional jobs in a newsroom were the jobs that I've done. Many of the jobs, I've been a writer, a reporter, an editor. There are, of course, so many other kinds of jobs. But now let's add to those the new jobs: content creator, data journalist, multimedia journalist, blogger, engagement editor, social media manager. And within those, there are subspecialisms for the different platforms. There are jobs just for Twitter, for Facebook, just for TikTok. And this will only, I think, again, we're just in the foothills. We're at the beginning of this transition, and there is going to be a big employment transition. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the negatives and the challenges. You know, I've talked about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence software. It's clearly a challenge to trust in publishing if we don't know the identity of authors. There are challenges for accountability. Who is accountable when there are harms? I think we need to sort of work on those. Also, business models. I want to talk a little bit about the future of business models. In the pre-social media, the pre-Google era, media houses had basically two sources of revenue. Newspaper and magazine publishers, like the owners of the Dawn and the Jung and others, they made half of their revenue from the cover price, the 6 rupee price of the newspaper, and the other half came from selling advertising. One category was classified ads, and the other was display ads for big products. And the revenue, the income from both types, pretty much went straight to the publishing company after paying taxes. The company made a profit, and that helped to pay for all of our salaries, and it kept people like me employed and my colleagues. Now let's look at what's happening now. I would hazard a guess that most of you on this call, most of you in your conference, are probably not paying for news in the way that our parents did or our grandparents did. We expect our news to be free when we go on the internet. And of course, let's look at how we consume our ads. We're probably reading our online news from a platform, a Facebook feed perhaps, might be shared on WhatsApp, or a video platform like YouTube. And so when you click on an ad, when you're reading your news from one of these platforms, very little of that, or relatively little of the revenue goes to the media house. Most of it, or a very large proportion of it, will go to the platform like Google or YouTube. And the media house is left with a much smaller fraction. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because if this continues, the publishers will not have enough money to pay the bills. And we're already seeing this in lots of countries where there's a real crisis in the media industry. Salaries are not being paid, and many newsrooms are losing their staff, particularly their reporters and their editors. Now, this is, of course, leading clearly to some problems. Publishers of newspapers and magazines still need to fill their pages. TV channels need to fill their airtime. And before, they would employ staff, writers and reporters and editors, people like me. We would go out into the field, we would observe and report back what we see. And of course, now increasingly media houses are turning to outside sources to do this. And they're turning especially to universities and to think tanks and research centers. And one of the reasons is because they get good experts, and a very important reason is because there is no charge. The labor is available for free. Academics can appear on talk shows, scientists can write opinion articles, and in some cases they can do reporting and journalism, and it comes at little or relatively little cost to the publisher. And so in my next talk, I'm going to explain more about how those of you in the audience who are scientists and researchers, how you too can be writers and communicators, particularly of comment and opinion and analysis. And so in closing, I just want to reiterate what I think is still the most important role for all of media, including and especially those of us in science media. It's a role that's under pressure in many countries, and I hope and I pray that it doesn't evaporate. For me, our most important role is to hold our leaders to account. They can be leaders in public affairs, leaders in business, leaders of NGOs and campaign groups, and of course, leaders in science. We know that those that we choose to lead us, they have a difficult job, perhaps an impossible job. Their first task is to keep us safe and protect us from harm. They must ensure that we get an education, that we're fed, that we're healthy, that we have meaningful jobs, and it's all part of the role of being a leader. It's relentless, it's thankless. And if it wasn't so difficult, I think many more of us in this room would be doing it, and we wouldn't be in science or in the media. Sometimes our leaders get things right, and sometimes they get things wrong. And sometimes they will exaggerate the evidence on which they make their claims. And that is where the role of science media is not only important, but I believe is essential. Because we report using evidence, we are very well placed to be able to test claims being made by when we interview and we talk to experts, by reading the literature, and by assessing the consensus of opinion, and by evaluating the weight of evidence. We can verify information in ways that other media houses can't. Because, of course, with trust comes verification, and verification comes by knowing facts, by following evidence, and having the humility to change our minds when the facts change. And with that message, I will leave you, and I very much look forward to hearing my fellow panelists and the discussion. And I thank you again for taking the time to listen, and I wish you a good conference. Thank you. Back to you, Javed Sir.
Thank you, Ehsan Sahab. It's a really very important lecture as we are considering the policymakers and how they can be given a exact data so they can speak about. And thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. And we will be looking forward to your second lecture on this and combining these two. The questions we will take after the session. And now I invite Ms. Raina Said, the next speaker. She is an award-winning environmentalist, journalist, consultant based in Islamabad, Pakistan, and currently she is a member of the Prime Minister's National Climate Change Council. In November 2020, she was appointed chair of the Islamabad Wildlife Management Board, WWMB, by the Federal Cabinet. And now the board is responsible for the management of the Magla Hills National Park and the Magla Wildlife Rescue Centers. I like to invite Dr. Raina Said to speak about the wildlife management and science communication too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm not a doctor. I've done my master's, and let's see. It's never too late to do your PhD. So right now, it's really tough. From being a journalist, I've now transitioned into a practitioner, and let me tell you, it's really easy to criticize the government from the outside, but when you start working for them, you realize the situation on the ground is very different, and it's very, very difficult to work, and especially in the environmental field with so many pressures, especially in a developing country like Pakistan, where land is so precious, and everybody wants it. And, we joke around with this word that it should not be Pakistan, it should be Plotistan. Everybody wants a plot. And unfortunately, our green areas are shrinking. But today, my presentation is not on that hat that I wear now, but on my the hat that I still try to wear sometimes, which is to be a climate journalist. And and I have been reporting on the climate crisis since 2009, when I won a fellowship. It was called the Earth Journalism Network Fellowship to attend the UN Climate Change Conference that was held in Copenhagen in 2009. It was a very big conference, and there was a lot of hope then, a lot of optimism that the world would come together, and that, of course, the scientists had been ringing alarm bells for now, more than 2 decades. And this conference took place, 14 years ago. And so we had we gathered in Copenhagen. I was much younger then, and a lot of enthusiasm. And of course, I don't know how they try to spin it in different ways, but it was a failure. The Copenhagen summit failed to deliver. They tried to save it, give some spin to it at the end that, President Obama at the time flew in and tried to save, the conference from being a complete failure. And sometimes I wish it had completely failed, and, maybe it would have speeded up, the result. The process, the negotiation process, which is extremely difficult, extremely complex, because it's a UN process. That means it has to be consensual. All the countries have to agree to an agreement. So that's almost almost 200 countries of the world who are signatory to the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So I've been reporting on this crisis now for many years, and I'm a freelance journalist. I write for Express Tribune, Friday Times, Reuters, AlertNet. Reuters is it's a wire service, and very good editors there, and the Third Pole Network, which is based out of I think India, but they publish articles online, and they're doing really well now. And Bangladesh, basically all the area that is considered the third pole, which is the third. Outside the 2 poles, the Arctic and Antarctica, the most glaciers are in this region, so the subcontinent. What is the basic premise behind our reporting? And it's that scientists are clear. They have been clear for a long time now. It is real, it is catastrophic, it is happening. And this is the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And this is the foremost body of scientists from all over the world. I think more than 2,500 scientists are part of this panel. And I'm sorry, I haven't been here yesterday, so I don't know if I'm repeating some of the things you've heard earlier, and I apologize for that. The scientists are very clear, and they have been for a while now, that more than 2 degrees rise in global temperature will result in runaway climate change. And we all know what is causing climate change. It's human-induced. It's caused by us on the planet. And the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, this group of 2,500 scientists who don't do any original research for the UN, but they compile all the research that's been done all over the world, and then they present it in the form of assessment reports, which come out every 6 years. So we just had one last year, and so the IPCC does very, very essential work. They inform the COPs, which are the Conference of the Parties signatory to the UNFCCC. So after the failure of the Copenhagen summit, I sort of disengaged with the international process, because I knew it would take many years to get back on track. And that's what happened. And then the next COP that I attended was a Paris summit, which was held in 2015. And again, it was much hyped, and there was a lot of pressure on world leaders to finally come up with some agreement. And of course, that took place. I attended the Paris summit. And I reported on it for my local, I think at the time I was writing for Dawn. I was one or two journalists from Pakistan. I think there was a reporter from Geo TV who was posted in Europe somewhere, and he came across. So, and we were together covering a lot of the proceedings. And I think at the time, it was Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif was the PM, and he came to the Paris summit. And so I remember meeting him and again remarking on the fact that, you know, since Copenhagen, again, it's just one or two journalists from Pakistan. And I was not part of the official delegation. I again managed to get a grant from, at the time, Heinrich Boll Stiftung, it's HPS, and they gave me some money for the ticket and some money to, you know, of course, Europe is expensive, whereas in 2009, I'd gotten a proper fellowship to cover it. So, so yes, the costs are prohibitive, I suppose, but then, you know, there were dozens of Bangladeshi journalists, there were dozens of journalists from Sri Lanka, there were, of course, India comes with a huge team of media, and they take these conferences very seriously, because whatever is decided at these conferences will impact all the countries of the world, including Pakistan. So they follow the process, they report in the papers. And, you know, for me, it's always been a struggle. I'm so glad now that there's so many other younger people now reporting on climate change. And this year I went to Sharm el-Sheikh again, just for a few days, of course, again, very expensive. And of course, I didn't get funding this year, so I self-funded it. And so, I mean, with the hotels, about $200 a night, $300 a night, it's very expensive to stay for the whole. It's a 2-week long process, and most of the decisions that come out of the COP decisions are made in literally the last 2 or 3 days, because there's a lot of, you know, in the initial stages, there's a lot of camaraderie and, oh, so glad to see you, you know, amongst the negotiators. And then they really get down to the brass tacks and what can you do and what can you, it's give and take, give and take. And then in the last 2 days, they try to wear down the developing country teams, I mean, the negotiating teams, because the hotels, you know, they run over time, they try to put pressure on them. So it's all part of the COP process. And it is a fascinating, you know, experience to be there, to listen to experts from all over the world. The negotiations are behind closed doors. Journalists don't have access to them. But of course, there are media conferences and press conferences and then you have the NGOs who are observers, and they are able to follow some of the negotiations. And then there's lots of leakages, and you find out what's going on. And then there's bulletins that are available, so you can get the information. And then, of course, the side shows, the pavilions, like this year, Pakistan Pavilion was very, very active. Lots of talks on loss and damage that took place at the Pakistan Pavilion. And so there's a lot happening. In fact, it's overwhelming sometimes for new journalists to go there. If you're a young journalist, you get overwhelmed. You don't know who to follow, where to go, what to do. So it takes a while, you know, once you start following the process. And it is still, even now, to this day, I've been going for so many years, and even, you know, it's a very complex process, and it's really not easy to report on it. But maybe for me, coming from Pakistan, it's easier in the sense that I just follow the delegation. What are they doing? What are they saying? Of course, the minister for Climate Change is usually the head of the delegation. And so, you know, it's easier because the audiences in my country, like in Pakistan, they're more interested in, okay, what is Pakistan doing and how is it going to impact? What is the outcome of these COPs and how will it affect our country? And what is our country doing? And what is our minister saying? So in a way, it's easier for me to report. Whereas I think the media in India is looking at the bigger picture, and they're looking at the entire, you know, the sort of the G77 and versus the industrial countries, Annex 1, and then they have other issues. So every country has its own perspective. At the talks, we used to follow China. So as our foreign policy, we do have the Ministry of Climate Change officials going as well, but the negotiations are led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it's very much a branch of our foreign policy. And we were very much following China, except when we got hammered by these floods. And now I think we're trying to find like-minded people in the vulnerable countries group, and maybe the least developing countries like Bangladesh, although it's not even a least developing country right now, it's doing better than us. So this is what I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit off track, but just trying to explain to you how important these COPs are and their relevance to us too. So this is, I think, the Paris Agreement. World agreed to average temperature increase to 2 with the aim of reaching 1.5. 1.5, why? Because the small island states said that there's no chance of them surviving if temperatures go to 2. I mean, they will literally drown. And so at their insistence, of course, now the IPCC has come out with a report, and I'll just talk about it, about the importance of not exceeding 1.5. So it means huge emission cuts, and it means a very different world. And we are right now at a crossroads where we can see it happening with, you know, the proliferation of solar, wind, and all these alternative technologies. And but it's not happening fast enough. It needs to speed up. Climate change is over. The reality of climate change is overtaking us, and the transition is happening, but it's not really happening fast enough. And that's where the media can play an important role. The NDCs, Pakistan submitted its NDC. I won't go into that. It's all online. You can find it. And but if you add up all the NDCs right now, I think there was an emission, it's called the emissions gap report. And we are still on track for like 2.4 to 2.8 degrees rise in Celsius rise. So we are nowhere where we need to be. So this was IPCC's special report that came out after, of course, the Paris summit, saying that we have to reset it, the goal. 2 degrees is just too much. And just remember, we are right now around 1.2. And you can see the impacts of climate change across continents, all over the world. Every corner, no country is spared. Of course, Pakistan itself faced the most disastrous flooding last year. And we are right at the forefront, you know, what the front line of climate change, because we're an extremely vulnerable country. And so yes, warming, if it continues at this rate, it's going to happen in our lifetimes. When I used to report on this, it was always in the early days, we used to say, okay, it's something that our children will have to deal with. I mean, but no, it's not. It's something we will have to deal with, and it's happening, and it's going to happen even faster. And 2030 is not far. We're already at 2020. It's right around the corner, so it will happen in our lifetime. And of course, the impacts are there, clear, you know, the hurricanes, wildfires, flooding, droughts, heat waves. And then yet, when the science is so clear, then the question is, and why isn't more being done about it? And unfortunately, there's, I mean, at the international level, there is lack of action. You can blame the pandemic, you can blame the Ukraine war, the rise in gas prices in Europe, a lot of countries going back to coal. People are, you know, economies are hurting. There's high inflation, there's unemployment. There was a good momentum going with the young people, at least, led by Greta Thunberg, who I'm sure you've all heard of, the young activist from Sweden. And there was a momentum. And unfortunately, then the pandemic happened, and then the street protests and the sort of the critical mass that was being built, and the awareness that was being spread. And then, of course, when the pandemic happened, and everything, you know, people had to stay indoors, no more big protests, no more physical, and then strangely, the COPs had started taking place in like Egypt this year. I mean, Egypt, as you all know, is it's a dictatorship. And the dictatorships do not allow street protests, right? So, and Greta boycotted. She didn't come to Sharm el-Sheikh. She refused to come, of course, citing human rights abuses that the government has, of course, unfortunately known for. And so that element was missing. You know, the young, of course, there was a youth pavilion, but it's not the same as the big protests that took place. For example, in Glasgow, there was still that energy that came back. I went to the Glasgow COP as well, and I spent most of my time reporting from outside the COP, because, you know, it's the same. And in a way, I mean, that's what our famous blah, blah, blah. But then, you know, how many times in what different ways do you report the same story over and over again? You know, countries are meeting and they're still, delaying action. So then the real stories and the real sort of the inspiration that I found was outside the halls of, the Glasgow COP, in the streets of Glasgow, where the children were meeting, and I mean, the young people, not the children, the young people were meeting and protesting, and there was an alternative COP that took place in the center of Glasgow, which was very interesting speakers, and but that energy and that momentum and that was missing from Sharm el Sheikh. It was a very dry, strange COP, with people being followed by, obviously intelligence, and it was just a very subdued COP and very low expectations, and there wasn't really much that was going to come out of it. And unfortunately, I have to say that next year is going to be even worse, because guess where the COP is next year? It's in Dubai. And the UAE, of course, will not allow any protests either. So there's some strange things that are happening at the COP. More and more fossil fuel delegations, more and more delegates that are coming from the fossil fuel industry, and they've penetrated the COP. And of course, in Dubai, the person who's been tasked to be in charge of the head of the president of the COP, he's from the fossil fuel industry. So unfortunately, things are not going in the right direction as far as
petroleum industry. From a petroleum industry.
The fossil fuel, petroleum industry, and there are protests, but there were protests about Sharm el Sheikh too, so it is what it is. And so low expectations in Egypt. The nations had agreed in Glasgow to come back to the COP, revise their national targets. Remember, we are nowhere near under 2 degrees Celsius. Of course, there was very little progress, as I mentioned earlier. But what did happen, and again, a little bit of spinning took place because they didn't want it to be a total and abject failure. So there was an agreement on loss and damage, which was heralded all over the world as this amazing breakthrough. But let me point out that there's no money in it. I mean, it's just the countries have agreed to this, they call it a loss and damage facility, finance facility, but the intricacies, and the devil is always in the details, and the details have not been agreed upon as yet, and they will be agreed upon. I mean, a transitional committee is going to be made. Apparently, Pakistan is trying to get a seat at the table at the transitional committee, and the transitional committee will meet this year and then come up with its recommendations, which will be discussed at the Dubai COP, which will be in November 2023. So hopefully I'll try and attend this COP as well and report on what happened to the loss and damage facility. And so money is not really there yet, and it's going to take at least, the experts say that at least 2 to 3 years to get this fund up and running. But then, for example, Pakistan needs $30 billion. That's what the World Bank says, to recover from the floods that have hit the country in 2022. And, the adaptation gap report mentions a figure like $300 billion. That's a lot of money. And you do remember the Green Climate Fund and the promise that was made. And I was there in 2009. I was there in that media conference where Hillary Clinton promised to the developing countries $100 billion a year that the rich countries would provide to the developing countries in the form of the Green Climate Fund. And that has not materialized. I think at the most, maybe they've come up to 20 billion, but it's never reached the 100 billion figure. But yes, it is a breakthrough, and it is, as someone says, the door has been opened a little bit of a crack, and now it's up to the developing countries and vulnerable countries like Pakistan to push it and try and get more. So unfortunately, this is a reality we all know about. Low in emissions, high in suffering, one of the lowest per capita emitters in the world. We all know how climate change is impacting Pakistan, flooding, droughts, changes in fresh water, reduced agriculture output, and then the Himalayan glaciers are melting. There is that Karakoram anomaly, which a science journalist can explain to you better than me. But at the end of the day, this glaciologist that I interviewed I think from Munich, I've forgotten the name of but he said at the, it's negative in the end, even though the debris covered the large Karakoram glaciers, and that prevents the melting somewhat. But as the planet heats up, the future of all these glaciers is negative. So it's not a good prognosis. Increased air pollution, which is already happening. And by the way, Islamabad, which we thought was a cleaner city, if you check the AQI indicators, air quality index that is being measured by some people have the monitors in the city, it's now almost as bad as Lahore on many days. So we're all heading in. Unfortunately, the government still hasn't hit the panic button. There's still construction going on. There's still emphasis on roads, not enough emphasis on public transportation. It's, cars are the kings, it's all built, the infrastructure is still built for fossil fuel cars. And even though this is the ideal city in which to have cycling, in which to have pedestrian walkways and areas, but still it's not, our unfortunately policymakers don't seem to get the climate crisis, which is unfortunate, because at the international level, you have this big push on loss and damage and appealing to the international community. But then what are you doing at home? What is on the ground? What are you showing? What are you demonstrating? Where is the climate leadership on the ground? That's the question people should be asking, not me, since I work for the government, but journalists should be asking this question. I work in biodiversity now, and it's a real uphill struggle. A lot of our national parks are unfortunately paper parks. There's very poor management. And why? Because there's not enough resources, not enough wildlife guards, not enough money that's being put into these parks to protect them in a proper scientific, with proper management. So yes, Pakistan, I think you've all probably heard this. We're one of the most affected countries. This is German Watch. German Watch did not release their report last year at Sharm el-Sheikh. They will probably release their report in Dubai. And I'm sure Pakistan will probably be the #1 most affected country because of the flood that took place. It was #1 in 2010, and that's because of the massive floods that took place in 2010, which again, did we learn any lessons from those floods? And obviously the answer is no. Even the lessons that were learned, they were not, we did not implement those decisions. I know studies were done, but again, the catchment areas denuded of forests, of shrubs, and hence the floodings sped up. And again, construction in the riverine areas, which were, in the last study in 2010 that took place, there was, they should not, no proper zoning. All this the government knew about, and yet it was, as they say, business as usual. And unfortunately, we got slammed again in 2022. I really can't say there are projections being made. I know the World Weather Attribution Study Group, I think, has done some studies about the monsoon, about how it was triggered by climate change, this monsoon on steroids, they call it. Coming back to and I'm just focusing on Pakistan right now, since I'm a journalist that reports in Pakistan, lives in Pakistan, that the BBC Media Action findings from a good 10 years ago, though I have to say, they did an exhaustive study, a survey, and they said that still the term is not widely understood. Of course, this is changing now. It is, the 2022 massive flooding, all the media full of climate change and floods. But unfortunately, our coverage in Pakistan of climate change tends to be event-based. So if there's a flood, then we talk about climate change. If there's a huge storm, we talk about climate change. We focus on events, and if there's a heat wave and people are dying in Karachi, for example, then there's all this talk about climate change. But then as soon as the event or the disaster passes, and back to, there's no consistent reporting. And whereas abroad, journalists are engaged in the international process, they are reporting on the latest IPCC findings, they understand the science better. here we need training, we need to build the capacity of journalists. And it was happening when I, with the Heinrich Boll Stiftung, but unfortunately HPS has packed up and they no longer work in Pakistan. So there is a vacuum there. And I think younger journalists, especially, you know, they're looking for material, they're looking for capacity building. And it's really an area where people, I mean, and I know that other NGOs are now interested in you know, helping out and training them. And especially journalists who are from like, you know, Peshawar or, I mean, different provincial areas who report in their local languages. They're like, you know, all this material is available in English, although you have Google translation now, and but they would prefer material in Urdu or in Pashto or in their own local languages so that they can report better, and then to be trained, you know, so that they have access to the scientists. Most of the scientists live the Global Change Impact Study Center, that's in Islamabad. So it's easier to report on these issues if you're an Islamabad-based journalist. So that's the feedback that I was given. So yeah, it's still viewed as a global phenomenon, except when there is a disaster in the country. There's limited language to describe it. And then really the last point, I think that's the most important point. We are just too obsessed with political intrigues, instability, talk shows on politics. I mean, it's really, it's shocking that because of the instability in the country and this obsession with politics, that all the space is taken up by them. And, you know, so you have very good, competent journalists, talk show hosts. And so, yes, they'll do a session on, you know, the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh for one talk show, and then they're done with it, and then back to politics. And so it's, there seems to be no appetite in the media, or because the country is going through such an unstable period that they're just not reporting on. I mean, and, you know, of course, clearly abroad, climate change is the biggest story of the 21st century. It's the biggest challenge that we're facing right now. But in Pakistan, it's sort of, even though we got hammered by these huge floods, but still it's on the back burner. You know, right now, the complete obsession with, you know, who's been jailed and who's been picked up and who's going to come next and what's going to happen. And, you know, so that is the unfortunate reality. When it becomes breaking news, I mentioned this earlier, it's when you have huge floods and then it hits the headlines. And but of course, you know, things are changing more and more, especially dengue, for example. It's something that's new. It's becoming a huge problem in Pakistan, and people are making the linkages between the rise of dengue and the impact on health and climate change. And so you're getting more and more stories, especially what we call Glacier Lake outburst floods. They're happening more frequently, and they're really impacting poor villagers that are living up north. And there are lots of stories now coming out on that. And so deforestation is another issue. You know, deforestation makes the floods worse by removing the forest, the roots of the trees and the shrubs. They keep the soil compact, and when it's gone, and the water just runs off, and it adds to the flooding and makes it more severe. Air and water pollution, crops being affected, food security issues, malnutrition, increase in diseases, and then so monsoon flooding is a time where we have had flooding more or less in the last since 2010 in different districts. But of course, last year it was up to the entire south of the country. Unfortunately, no proper early warning systems in place. Our national climate change policy was passed. We have very good policies in Pakistan. They're all put on shelves and they're not really implemented. We've had a Climate Change Act 2017, but you know, we still don't have a proper adaptation plan. And I think this government is working on one right now. So am I running out of time? Should I? So 3-4 minutes. Okay, so then of course, food security is going to become a huge, huge problem. I mean, there's always this, I think when we are growing up, we hear in Pakistan this old wives' tale that no one goes hungry in Pakistan, you know, sabko roti mil jati hai, but that's going to change now. And I think especially, I mean, we've seen the aftermath of the floods, and it's going to get worse. I'm sorry, I don't have any good news. It's all the indicators are that things will get much worse in this region, and we're not preparing for it. You know, I mean, I always when I talk about what Pakistan can do, and the answer comes that, well, we're a poor country, we don't have money, look at the flooding, we didn't even get support from the international community. Well, we have the example of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is not a rich country, yet when I meet their delegation, people from their delegation at the COPs, they've been telling me this now for a few years now, that, we have climate-proofed our country. And so the biggest problem in Bangladesh is their hurricanes, right? There are lots of hurricanes that hit Bangladesh very frequently, and they've learned their lessons. And they have early warning systems, and even a little child in Bangladesh knows about climate change, knows, if there's a hurricane on the way, there'll be an early warning system, and the child will know where to go. They have proper routes for people to, they have cyclone shelters that are made, I think, from cement and concrete, and the entire village will pick up their belongings and their children and their utensils and their savings and, anything that they need to save, and they will go into the cyclone shelter, wait for the storm to pass, and then come down and rebuild their mud huts and rebuild their lives. And so they say, no one dies when we have these hurricanes, and we don't lose our livestock. They all also have time to save their livestock. So we have this example right, very close to us, that when there's a will, there's a way, and they've managed to, climate-proof their country. And Pakistan really needs to start looking at indigenous solutions and not wait for the money to start pouring in. There's a lot that can be done at a local level and at a district level. And there's no one cure that, can for the entire country. Every district it's all context specific. And and approach is different for, we have mountains, we have deserts, we have coastlines. So not one, one solution will not fit at all. So I think it's very clear what will happen if we don't take action, and we will head towards ecosystem collapse, increased health risks, more malnutrition, more poverty, more desperation, more despair. So I'll try to end with a positive note. There are lots of stories to tell, good stories to tell. Not everyone wants doom and gloom stories. They want stories that give you some solutions, that give you some hope. And they want to, like when I write for Reuters, and I used to write quite a lot for them. So the editor always used to ask me, but then what's the solution? What's the, give me something positive in your story, and try to find some positive examples. For example, there was a billion tree tsunami, and they liked the story, and they said, okay, there are lots of issues at the ground level, but they said, this is interesting. This is climate leadership. Pakistan is planting all these trees. What kind of trees are they? Go and find out, so they wanted to hear stories of hope, stories of solutions, stories of what are, if there was, for example, when these floods hit Pakistan last year, I think in District Mansehra, there was a local commissioner who went from door to door, knocking on doors and getting people to come out and evacuate. And, so she became a heroine. And that was this positive story. Amidst all this doom and gloom of the floods, here was this one assistant commissioner who literally went door to door to save lives. And, she did her duty and in a way that was beyond what was expected of her. And so these are the kind of stories, and there was proper early warning system in KP province. And so these are the kind of stories that, Reuters and, international media want to hear. And these are the stories that sell. These are the stories that people want to read, and it gives the world hope. And, so that's the kind of stories that sell, that do well. And that's the stories that we should be telling, without frightening people, that we can do it. And like, this is my mentor, Alex Kirby from the BBC. And that's his mantra, that, it would mean a healthier, more secure world. And so journalists can play a very important role in achieving this goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Raina. And I think there will be a lot of questions, and I also do have some, because we discussed a lot of things yesterday, and in this light, we can ask few questions from her. this we can do it in question answer session. At present, I like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Muhammad Yahya, and he's a well-known speaker, executive editor, and nature research in Middle East, which is a part of Springer Nature. He joined 11 years ago as the launch editor of the Nature Middle East on an online portal that focuses on science and science-related news from the Arab world. He now works with the editorial team of the several publications in the Middle East and Europe, including Nature Italy, Nature Arabic edition, and for Science, and the Arabic version of Scientific American. Muhammad is also a past president of the World Federation of Science Journalism. With these comments, he has a big introduction. With these comments, I invite Mr. Muhammad Yahya to deliver his lecture on how scientists can talk to the media. Now I invite Dr. Muhammad Yahya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm really happy to be here and to join you virtually. I have enjoyed the talks so far very, very much, and I'm very happy to be among the speakers here. And I would like to particularly thank my friend for many years, Aleem Ahmed, who's a science journalist in Pakistan, who invited me and gave me this opportunity to be here and to talk to you. Like I said, I've really enjoyed the past two talks, and I would continue in the same line, but in a slightly different direction, which is about the relationship between the media and between researchers, and how can we develop that relationship in a better way, in a more constructive way. Now, I'm personally a science journalist. I've been a science journalist for many years. I'm not a researcher, but I do enjoy working with researchers on an almost daily basis. And what I would like to do over the next few minutes is to help you find a toolkit, if you'd say, that helps you communicate your science better to the public and helps improve your relationship with science journalists. All right, so I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I think a good place to start is what makes a good science story. So every 20 seconds, there is a new research paper that is published somewhere around the world. That just gives you an idea of the huge amount of research that is taking place today in the modern world. But that also means that we cannot cover every single paper in the news. It's just not possible. Now, getting your research covered helps researchers themselves. It helps them get more citations. It helps them get more international exposure. And on the other hand, it's also a way for researchers and scientists to give back to the community. Not to mention that research is funded by public money, so it's only right that people would know about it and understand more about what's happening in the countries. Now, people want to read about exciting stories, and science is exciting. But for many people over the years, it has become boring, and there is a rising tide of science skepticism that we see all across the globe. But that does not have to be the case. It also needs to be relatable when we are writing something. If the person who is reading or hearing what I'm reporting on does not relate to it, then there is a disconnect here. They have to see how that thing that we are reporting on is affecting their lives. And a very good example is climate change, which was in the session right before what I was saying, right before mine, I'm sorry. And the focus there is always on bringing it home, making people aware of how it affects their lives. Young people in particular are worried about climate change, and they would like to know what is happening, how is about the science related to it, such as renewable energy or adaptation, for example, especially when they see the changes happening right where they live, that it's hitting home. Now, what we are reporting on should also be approachable. And I think this is really, really important. And that's the key to good science communication. It should be something that whoever your audience is can easily understand. This is easier for some science branches compared to others, but with enough effort, you can make all science approachable. Take, for example, theoretical physics. It's often regarded as one of the most complex sciences there are. But I know a scientist who has made it so exciting in the way he presents it. He's now got millions of followers on social media who are eager just to listen to him every time he has a live session, for example, where he talks about theoretical science. And I think this has particularly become important during the pandemic, like Ihsan Masoud mentioned. This was, I always say that this was the biggest challenge of the science community and the science journalists, to be able to communicate with the public. Now there's various ways of science communication. There's so many different ways. It could be through science journalists, such as myself, but also science centers, science museums. There are science clubs or lectures that researchers put on. There are festivals that can take place across a city or a country. There are just so many different ways, and there's no one right way or one better way. I think every approach should take all of these in consideration and try to come up with something holistic that helps the community. And that's kind of where change can happen. So normally there is these two separate communities. One is the science community and the other is the public. And they often don't communicate together very often or very well. And that's the role of science communications in the middle. They help these two often separate communities overlap and find a place to discuss better or discuss more efficiently. You do that for the public by increasing scientific literacy, but you also do it for the science community by improving your communication skills. So if you are a scientist and you want to communicate your science, the question is, where do I start? What do I do? Let's start with the very basics. Find your 3 ideas. So before you talk to a journalist about your work or your research or about your field, you need to decide on 3 main ideas that you want to convey. Keep them in your mind and prepare for them. Don't go in blind. Just having these 3 ideas, it gives a context to what you will say. And make sure you are able to convey these ideas clearly to the journalists that you are talking to, and make sure they're able to understand them and digest them. And also, it's really important to remember that the journalists you are talking to may not have a science background. They could be someone who is interested about science and want to communicate it. So be ready for what might feel like dumb questions, but the truth is there are no dumb questions. Chances are, if the journalist you are talking to asks dumb questions, these are exactly the right questions they should be asking, because these are the questions that your audience would most probably be interested in knowing. So if you're asked a question that you feel uneasy about or that you are not ready to answer, say it so. You don't feel pressured because there's a science journalist there that you have to say something. Don't try to say something wrong, or keep in mind that sometimes saying no comment is in itself a comment. It's not always the smartest option, let's say. You can just say something different, like, I'm not ready to answer that question yet, or I might not be the best person to talk about that. And that's absolutely fine, because the nature of science means it's all complementary. It's not like you're not expected to know everything or to comment on everything. The second issue to keep in mind here is jargon. So in the lab or between peers in the science community, jargon may have a place, but in the media it does not. It's a complete turn-off, and many things that you may take for granted as something that's clear or very obvious might not make sense to the public. And you have to keep that in mind. You have to always think about, what does the public know? What does the public expect to hear? And it also varies depending on your audience. So for example, Nature, which is where I work, is directed at a more professional audience, which is different, from example, from the BBC. So there are things, the way that Nature can report on some topics would be different from the BBC. And we often miss how deep this is. Because I come from a science background, my education always makes me feel that terms like in vivo or in vitro are understandable by everyone. But then I go out and I realize that a very small percentage of people actually understand them. They are jargon. They're not something easily approachable. They're not the way people talk on the streets. So scientists need to be better advocates of the science that they are doing. They need to include the public and understand that communication is an integral part of their work, just as important as the lab work that they do, or the analysis that they do. You cannot just ignore communication anymore. I always say that a very good test that you can apply if you're doing research is go back home, go to your grandmother, and tell her about your research. Does she understand what you're saying? Does she understand what you're doing? That is, in a way, my litmus paper. If you tell her what you're doing, would she be interested to actually listen to it? That can give you a direction. Or maybe talk to a younger person, a child. Tell them about this, make it exciting. Would they be excited? Would they be interested to listen to you? We also need to find a common language, something that is relevant to both sides and that the public can actually relate to. So if you are talking about in two different communities about the same thing, but in a completely different language, then you should know that you have lost your audience. Your audience would not be able to follow up on you, or follow up on what you're saying, I'm sorry. Now, one way to do this is to think of what you're saying in the process of storytelling. And we humans, we just really appreciate storytelling. It's very relevant to us. It's a very important way for us to be able to understand or relate or convey information. So it's a skill that researchers need to learn, but it pays off in the future very, very well, which is being able to paint with your words. Make your knowledge more accessible, relatable, and memorable to people who are not experts in the field that you are talking about. Find interesting stories, funny stories, exciting stories, anecdotes, examples that can help the journalists you're talking to, or the public, if you're using social media, for example, as a platform to talk directly to people, to understand the science better. and make it more relatable, make it something that they can think about or relate to more. For example, when I was very young, I remember reading in a book, it was basically a book talking about the human body, and it was talking about how big, how many alveoli there are in the lungs. And they had this comparison where they said that if you open up all the alveoli in the lungs, it would form, for one person, it would form 2 soccer fields. And that has been stuck in my mind since I was maybe 8 years old, because of the way it was presented. It was very relatable, simple, exciting, and filled me with awe when I was young. And that is kind of where we need to be with our science communication. Well, finally, I think it's also very important for scientists to understand and appreciate some of the journalistic ethics that often end up being a kind of a conflict point, let's say, between researchers and journalists or science journalists. I often see this problem where researchers request to see the article that a journalist writes before publishing. And this is something that most journalists I personally know would not accept. And it isn't constructive either. I understand where it comes from. Many scientists feel they have been represented by the media, or that their messages have not been properly communicated. And that's why they want to see things beforehand. But the truth is, most journalists would not accept that, do not accept that, and they would see it as a form of censorship in a way. The best speakers in the world, when they see their words written, they will want to edit them. So it's very natural, and that's why it's often not accepted by journalists, because they don't want to get these edits. They have wrote that story, and as long as it's accurate, and again, I really stress on this, it's really important that the journalist does a good work and conveys the science accurately. But if it's accurate, then they don't want someone else to change that work. Maybe their editor, but not someone they interviewed. So this is not often a good option. Maybe if you're a science communicator who suffered of this problem in the past, just make sure you talk to good science journalists, people you trust, people you know that they would do a good job. Sometimes you can ask to see the direct quotes that a journalist uses in the story. That may be more acceptable, but again, some journalists might refuse that as well. And it's important for scientists at this point to just respect these journalistic ethics, respect that the journalist has a right to say no. You may feel that reviewing protects you from misquotation, but just keep in mind that good science journalists, they don't have a hidden agenda where they want to misrepresent you. It's in their best interest to be accurate and clear, actually. They want to present their best work and put their best work forward. So because I don't want to take up much more of your time, I think that the pandemic in particular has been a wake-up call for many of us around the world. It has put the focus on the importance of science communication. Many people have done a really good job of that, and many others have not been up to that job. And we have seen a lot of miscommunication, and we have seen a lot of misrepresentation in the media. In Egypt, where I live, I have seen absolutely disastrous coverage of the pandemic and of the vaccines on TV, and it was driving me crazy. But the truth is, these scientists and science journalists just did not communicate properly, and that harmed the community. And that's why it's more important and more relevant than ever that we overcome this gap between these two communities, between researchers and the public. And I would end on this quote from Mark Walport, who was the government chief scientist advisor to the United Kingdom up to 2017. And I really appreciate it, and I strongly believe in it, that science is not finished until it is communicated. Up to that point, the researcher has not finished their work. They have not finished science. So I'll end on that note, and thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Yahya, for this, for your inspiring lecture. Now I see we had three lecturers, Ehsan Masood, Yahya, and Raina. Ehsan, are you on the line?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Now I take the questions. The floor is open. If you have any questions, please mention the name from which you are asking, so I can refer to the person.
This is Wajid. I would like to ask from Yahya.
Okay.
So, thank you, Yahya. There are a few comments or questions or whatever you can put it in. But you said that there are a few things in science which are anecdotal. This is, sometimes it's not that easy to digest. Anecdotal science cannot be anecdotal. So I would like to hear your comments on it. The second question would be, because the science reporting and the someone who is doing science, they are very different. For you, approaching to zero or equal to zero, for me, they are two diametrically opposite things. When I say it is something which is approaching to zero, you would take it literally as zero. Okay, this is zero. But whenever a scientist is talking to you, I mean, that is very, very different. The two concepts are very different. And when you translate one stuff to another stuff, it's just translating a joke. So if you are not a good storyteller, I mean, if you are not good scientist, and if you cannot tell the stories to the students, then it's not that it would be that, okay, you might have not understood the idea. Okay. So that is the basic two comments. So I would like to hear your thoughts on it.
Okay, Yahya, question is referred to you.
Thank you. I think these are two really good questions. And to answer your, well, I'll start with your second question, really. You're absolutely right. And that's why, like I said, it's if you feel that you have been misrepresented in the past, or that your work has not been accurately presented in the media, I completely understand, and I've seen it happen so many times. But that's why working with science journalists to uphold that quality is really important. And that's why I would also stress on the idea of going in with those three ideas that you have in mind. Convey these to the journalists. Just explain to the journalists, take the time to explain the difference between approaching zero and zero. Make sure that they walk out of that room understanding that. Reviewing the piece afterwards, like I said, might not be acceptable for many journalists, because often the changes will not be because there are mistakes. Of course, sometimes there will be mistakes, but again, you can mitigate much of that by knowing who you are talking to and knowing that this person is a reliable science journalist. But often the changes are unrelated. There are changes to the story. They don't like something in the story, and at that point, the science journalist, again, because of journalistic ethics, they would very much appreciate to keep the story as they like, or as they have written. Now, to your your first question, I'm not saying that every single every single research would have anecdotal stories linked to it, or anecdotes that you can use. I'm just saying that this should be one of the tools in your toolkit when you are communicating with people, if you want to reach them. For many researchers here, they today have the opportunity to reach out to the public directly without going through the middle person who is the science journalist or a science publication or the media in general. You have social media, which can give you a platform where you can directly speak to people. But you also need to know that if you are not able to capture their attention, then you will lose them and someone else will capture their attention, and that someone else might not be conveying the right message. That's why, again, I would refer to the pandemic. I always saw the pandemic as a responsibility really for the science community, that they make sure that their voices are heard. And to do that, I'm not saying they need to be the loudest, but they need to be the clearest in the room.
Thank you.
Uh,
Anybody else?
yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Tariq Khan and I teach biotechnology at University of Malakand. My question is basically goes to both of the speakers. Yahya, I met Yahya in Jordan in 2016 when he was there and he introduced us to the concept that there is this group in Nature which is working on translating science in Arabic, and it was very interesting. My question is about ChatGPT, and the first part of it goes to Mr. Hassan Masood. As you can see, I mean, we are all lucky to be living in a time where ChatGPT is introduced, things like ChatGPT, which is remarkable. And again, science is such an amazing, I mean, such amazing that it has already introduced antidote to ChatGPT in the form of DetectGPT. But Mr. Hassan Masood, what do you tell us academicians to do in terms of, for example, in assignments and things like that? What should we do for now? What should we tell our students how to handle this while they are coming to us assignments written purely and solely by ChatGPT? And the second part of the question is to Muhammad Yahya, that what are editors at Nature and publishers like Springer doing to tackle the concept of ChatGPT, the written text that is coming from AI tools like ChatGPT? Thank you.
Yeah. First, I would like to get by Hassan Masood, please.
Thank you, Javed. So thanks for the question. It's a totally hot topic for all of us. I think for all of you as well. I think there's several things to say. Really, I think I'll sort of split my remarks into the kind of the technology and where I think it might be going, and then a little bit about how we are responding as editors and as publishers, and then I'll sort of segue really to Mohammed to talk a little bit more about that. I mean, this is clearly sort of very early days, and researchers are using it for all manner of applications. From the very basic, like a spelling and grammar check, to writing whole essays, producing slides, writing code, writing or getting help with grant applications, doing peer review, doing systematic review. I mean, the level of application, we're just literally at the very start. And I think at the moment, the feeling is that it's rather like a sort of, what we used to call a PDA, a personal digital assistant, without really knowing what that meant. Now we have a real PDA. And of course, when you have an assistant, then there needs to be someone supervising the assistant's work. So there's a need for an expert human overlay above that. And that's the kind of first point that I'll say. I think of course, that doesn't apply to younger people, particularly students, and I would say anyone really below undergraduate. And that's probably where the biggest risk is, because when you ask ChatGPT to write you an essay, to solve a particular equation in mathematics, or to write you an essay about a particular aspect of literature, film criticism, and so on, it can do a reasonable job according to the standards of, let's say, an 11 to 16-year-old, so high school level. And there've been tests that have been done by examination boards around the world, and an answer from ChatGPT will pass you. You may not get the highest grades, but if you're at school, it will pass you. So I think there's clearly implications for assessment of children. and young adults and young people. You know, that I think story is going to change. And it's possible we might need to go back to this examinations with pen and paper, as opposed to online and other multiple choice and so on. So clearly there's going to be big implications. We need to change how we assess in the light of this, for sure. And for the moment, at least, it's very important that we have human overlay. Now, in the future, I mean, I'm talking about ChatGPT now. If you go back to the early days of GPS, I just about still remember about a decade ago when GPS systems came in, and we were obviously we didn't have them on our phones. If you needed something, you could buy it separately, or you had it fitted into your car, or on your bicycle or your motorbike. And the advice from the motoring organizations was that you must always have a map. Make sure you don't rely on the GPS. And yes, by all means, program the GPS, but make sure you've got a map in your car. Because if you get lost, and all of us, we were getting lost and the GPS was sending us to the wrong places, then at least we got a physical map, a street map. Nobody talks about that anymore. The physical map was the kind of human overlay. A human being has mapped the street right down to every single little alleyway. And so if the GPS sends you somewhere else, at least you know where you are. Now that has gone, and it took a decade, probably less, for that to happen. So I wonder whether, because this technology relies on training data, and if the training data gets better, and if it remains as much open as possible, I don't know to what extent there will remain a need for a human overlay. But right now, that is the advice that we're saying. And of course, we're also advising that, particularly when it comes to publishing, it's very, very important that authors of research papers, wherever they are, they identify that they have used these sorts of technologies. Some journals are completely banning papers. In the Springer Nature group at the moment, we're not, but we are saying that there needs to be identification of technologies. But I'm going to leave Mohammed to expand on that aspect. Over to you.
Thank you, Ihsan. And it seems only a few weeks ago when Ihsan and I were talking about that very same topic on a different presentation, but that just goes to show that this is the hottest topic of the hour. And while this technology has been in the pipeline for a while, I think everyone was just mind blown when it came out and started testing it, and how interesting, let's say, the answers or the replies it was offering are. And I think that, I mean, I'm very much in favor and in line with what Ihsan mentioned. I think that as a tool, it has got a lot of people worried, including journalists, and rightly so. And researchers, obviously, and again, rightly so. But I don't think that the solution is to ignore it or not think about it. I think that, in a way, going forward, this will be integrated into work for many of us. And we need to be thinking about how that can be done in a way that is constructive and useful and helpful for us to be more productive, let's say, rather than less productive. So for example, if a task that normally takes me 2 hours, and if I can implement something like ChatGPT to bring that time down to 1 hour, then I have just won back 1 hour to do more, to offer more. And I think if you approach it this way, it is a useful personal assistant tool, like Ihsan mentioned. Now, I do not think that at this point it is anywhere close to producing content that I can just copy and paste it and say I've produced this article. I don't think it's even close to that. but technology develops really quickly. And the thing is, we need to keep up with that, and our mindsets need to change with that. The example of education, I think that's a very good example. How do we assess? I know Australia has already put plans to go back to pen and paper assessments, which is one solution. But I also think that these tools will affect education in general, because they will become so ingrained into everyday life that it would be hard to teach people to rely on them not existing. It's like asking a high schooler not to use a calculator when they're working in mathematics, for example. It just doesn't make sense. It's really about how they can implement that into the work constructively. And I think that's why we need to be thinking and talking about these topics today or even yesterday rather than tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I have a question on network by Mr. Parasali. Can you read that question? Because we are not able to.
We have a question from Syed Parasali.
From Ehsan Masood.
From Ehsan Masood. Since you are regularly connected with Pakistani science organizations, are you satisfied with the pace of science popularization in Pakistan? If yes, where do you rate it? If not, how can we improve? Kindly comment. The question is for Mr. Hassan.
Thank you. Ehsan, the question is for you from the Parasali, which who you know very well. Okay,
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Paras. Thank you for Javed Sab. It's too big a risk for me to do any rating of science popularization, especially as I'm sitting 6,000 miles away and I don't visit as frequently as I once did. So yeah, I'm that aspect. I'm gonna very respectfully avoid. I think clearly the landscape is getting really. It's an exciting time. I think there's just no doubt. It's an exciting time. It's of course a very challenging time as well. But just in the period that I've been a working science journalist and with my sort of family and sort of heritage connection to Pakistan and and to India and South Asia, just generally, I've just seen so many changes. I mean, Aleem Ahmed, the editor of Global Science and formerly of Science Digest, that was one time the main Urdu language publication, and it's and it did some kind of great pioneering work, to take science communication into national language speaking communities. That was just extraordinary. And Paras, your own newspaper, Technology Times, is a massive development and advance. I think you've either heard or you will hear from Dr. Sabi Anwar from Lahore, from LUMS, the Lahore University, talking, who is one of the founders and one of the leaders of the Lahore Science Mela. I mean, that is really extraordinary, to create a science festival aimed principally at low and middle income communities, aimed at the children, the families and the children who go to government schools, which is a community that most of us neglect, and I think that's a really exciting development. And of course, I know there are science museums that are springing up, so it feels to me like it's a really promising landscape. But I say this honestly with no great expert knowledge, and because I'm sitting at a great distance. I think I'd be interested to hear what you think, actually, Paras, and if Aleem is here, I'd be interested to hear what he thinks.
Any other questions?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Could I ask a question? Javed sir, Khushi sir?
Sure.
Question, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself first.
My name is Omar Shiraz, and I'm a senior research officer at the Center for Policy Studies at ComStats University, Islamabad. I would like to congratulate all the three presenters. I think they did an excellent job, and it's the way they address the elephants in the room, which has prompted me to ask these a comment and two questions. First thing, we've been talking a lot about Pakistan and the narrative that we have a very minimum impact on global climate change, and its impact is very minuscule. The problem with this narrative is that when we go down to the trenches and we talk with normal people, ordinary people, or even educated people, they say, why should we do something if we have a very nominal impact on global climate change? So let's not do anything about it. We are just victims of this. We'll just receive the money for this. This is something which is happening in the trenches. How do you debunk this? Perhaps with your experience, if you could share with that. And that's something which I actually wanted to ask Madam Raina as well. What do we do about this particular narrative? Because this is really worrying for a person like me. Because when I talk to academics around me, I'm hearing this same thing again and again, that we have a very nominal, impact. Let's not do anything about it. The world, China needs to do something.
Are you asking this question to me?
Sir, not from you, sir, from the two esteemed the presenters. Perhaps they could put some light on it. The other thing is that, could you elaborate with your experience, sir, that we usually communicate science in the English language, but we're also talking about community engagement. How do you balance this? For example, if you look at a country like Pakistan, the decision makers, they will usually look at the big newspapers and see what sort of articles are published in this. But the normal community does not speak English. They do not read the English newspapers. They're generally unaware, and these fake news and narratives, they spread then. How do you balance the two, usually in regional languages?
Okay, I will refer this question to Ehsan Masood, please.
For the question on climate change, could I ask, I don't know if Raina is still in the room. I think she's better at answering that one because she's a climate expert. If Raina, if you're there, would you
Well,
be able
after
to...
you, I will try to answer that question. Okay, you go ahead for the second question, part of the question.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, well, and for the second part, I mean, honestly, it's a good question. Again, I'm probably not best. Honestly, I'm not best placed because my knowledge of science communication and languages outside of English is not great. I don't know if Aleem Ahmed is in the room. Aleem would be a good person. He has tremendous experience in this, and if he's here, he would be good. Otherwise, Mohammed, I think you have a lot of experience of science communication in Arabic. I'd love to hear what you think on that question.
Yes, I'd be happy to briefly comment on that. But again, I agree, Aleem would be my reference for Urdu, I think, reporting on science personally. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that a lot of science communication takes place in English. And I think that is a problem. It's because science is currently the language of, English is currently the language of science, and that's why it's often very easy to report in it. But I also think that everyone deserves to read about science in their own native language where they are comfortable. And I've had so many people come up to me and say, we understand English very well. We just appreciate the science in Arabic that nature has been producing for the past few years, because it allows them to read those stories, and it also allows them to share those stories with their wider families who might not be as comfortable reading about science in English as them. I think we all have to boost that. I think in Europe, for example, that is not such a major problem. So someone in Italy, they read about science in Italian. Someone in France, they read about it in French. We struggle in other parts of the world. I would say probably in the Middle East, in Pakistan. Similarly, it's a similar situation where we just don't have enough good outlets. And that offers a challenge, but also an opportunity. So it's a challenge because there isn't that much, that many options. And with the internet being available, people will go to the higher quality content. So in the past, before the internet, you really had to rely on your local media, but not anymore. Now I can at any time read the BBC or read something from the US or anything, and read Nature, and I have that kind of access, while my parents did not. Producing low quality or low par science coverage in local language, it just doesn't work. People will revert to English. So that's why we need to work harder on that front to make sure that this is of high quality, that this is something relevant, accurate, important, and relatable to people. But it also offers an opportunity because there are chances for science journalists to grow, or science communicators in general to grow and flourish. People are hungry for it. The example I gave, I know scientists who have started communicating in Arabic over social media, and they have millions of followers very quickly. People tune in from all over the world just to listen to them because there aren't that many options as you would find in English. So there's a real opportunity there to offer something useful, be able to set the standards for that. For example, the team I work with here is very proud to have set the standards for translation of science into Arabic. And others follow those standards now. So that's really where you would be, where you are at. And again, I think the pandemic shows that we need to have that local communication, because with the pandemic, we just didn't have a choice. We needed to reach everyone. Everyone needed to know about this. They needed to know how to protect themselves. They needed to know that vaccines are safe and that it is important for them to get vaccinated. Without local language science journalism or science communication, that would have been impossible, I think.
Okay, thank you. Let me answer your first part of the question. See, Pakistan started with the MDGs, which we have to cover, like 6 MDGs, but we only took over on one MDG, which is poverty alleviation. And in that, our achievement was only 10%. So climate change also comes as a part. Now it is differentiated in the SDGs as a 13 number of SDG. Okay, again, we are not working on the 198, I think, the points pointed out in to achieve SDGs, which government of Pakistan has mentioned, but no action is taken on those. Second, the Pakistan, there is a rise of temperature which is below the world rise of temperature. So we are, even I have given you the figures, we are contributing very less towards the climate change or rise of temperature. Our activities are low unless we are doing localized activities which can be controlled very easily. Third, there is a policy of climate change came in 2012, but we didn't acted on that. Then the policy revised into the NDCs in 2016, and in which we have mentioned that if $40 million will be available for this work to, then we can achieve this, and we haven't done anything on that. Then in 2017, we also revised the policy, but still we are not acting even locally on these policy matters. So this is the answer for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, may I?
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
This is Dr. Pakiza Arzu Shaikh, and I really want to appreciate the 3 talks. Let me tell you, I was very excited today to see the talk by Muhammad Yahya, how scientists can talk to the media. But deep down, I knew being a scientist, it is of no use to me. Would you like to know why? Because since 2 years in Pakistan, scientists from public sector organizations are not allowed to talk to media without prior intimation or approval, written approval from the administration. So that is why scientists are mute. Yesterday, Aleem Saab was saying that scientists are mute. So the answer is we are mute because we are not allowed to talk.
Okay. Faisal, you want to talk on this? If you have a, see, I can also comment because I came to from that organization, which, okay, if you have a question, you can ask that. Okay. Okay, I will give a comment.
Javed sir, can you hear?
Okay, sure.
Sir, my name is Faisal Raza Khan. I'm the senior correspondent for 92 News. I am also representing geopolitical think tank Regional Repo. Thanks for that. My question is that being a science journalist, it's not easy to survive in Pakistan. You know that there are lots of hiccups, hurdles, and lots of newcomers who might be excited because of their background belongs to science. So the same question what Dr. Saiba asked, we are facing it from the last 25 years. That whenever we approach any sort of public sector organization, scientists, they always say that we have to get the prior permission to comment on certain topic or research paper. So unfortunately, at the outset, the science story blocked. So how it is possible that science journalism flourishes in such an environment? So my question is to you or to our panelists, if anybody is going to comment on.
First, I like Ehsan to comment something, and then I will explain to you because I have gone through that and I know how it happens. So I can give you some examples for that. Ehsan, do you like to answer this?
I mean, what I'll do is I might actually, I mean, Dr. Javed, I think you're definitely better placed because of your long experience with the Atomic Energy Commission. But I'm just going to ask one small, in a sense, follow-up, which is that when the two colleagues who've mentioned the question about public sector, scientists in the public sector, does that include universities? I mean, I understand that if a scientist works for a government laboratory, let's say PCSIR or a public, the Pakistan Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, which is part of the Ministry of Science, or another Ministry of Science body like the Pakistan Science Foundation. I can understand the reason why authorization may be required because these are basically government agencies, and in lots of countries there are rules about civil servants. Now in some countries, scientists who work for government labs are not classified as civil servants, they're classified as researchers, which gives them the autonomy to be able to speak and write and publish, particularly publish, like in journals. But in some countries, they are classified as civil servants and they have different rules. But university scientists, even though they are often mostly publicly funded, university scientists are not in that category. And my question, just Dr. Javed, I hope you can clarify, is it also the case that university scientists need authorization as well? Or are university scientists more freer to give interviews and respond to media queries?
First, I will answer your last part that university scientists are allowed to do that. And when you come to the civil servant, this is little different. And it is different with different organizations. Because see, when I have delivered that lecture, I have shown you the first picture. वो आजकल मैं एक उर्दू में जरा सा कहूँगा, आजकल एक एडवर्टाइजमेंट देख रहा हूँ कि पाकिस्तानी मोहब्बत भी छुप के करते हैं और नफरत भी छुप के करते हैं. तो मतलब यह है कि जब आप when you are a journalist, you have to differentiate what you can communicate and what you cannot. So this is one of the responsibilities to teach the journalists and media people that what is the hidden thing and you cannot communicate, and it is a national responsibility. You should keep it and you should not open it. One thing. Second, if they are trained like that, then government people will be, I think, open to communicate some of the scientific things what they are doing. I think this is a two-way responsibility, and journalists don't take that responsibility. So scientists and people involved in those research, they are little afraid that whatever they will tell, it will be reported in a different way. So it is a two-way communication. And if we trained our journalists first, then the scientists can be open to tell the things which is happening. And this is one thing coming in. As I have shown you the picture in my lecture, that the news was different, the picture was different, the scientific information was different. So the journalist was not able to give the things related to the field. So he has to be taught first to release the release, because see, that explanation was asked by a lot of people, that what it means, because it is not related to that. So actually this article was released in Lahore to explain the situation of smog in Lahore. It is not related. He was talking about Chashma, and he was talking about smog in Lahore, and he was talking about the nuclear plants which can release the smog to the environment and things like that. So, okay. Therefore, government and with the sensitive matters are not conveyed to the journalists like that, because we are afraid that they won't report the actual thing what is happening. So this is one of the things we have to teach the journalists first, then the scientists will have a confidence to tell the things.
Could I just ask, Mohammed, if you have a view on this issue from sitting from the countries that you are responsible for, like Egypt and Italy and others?
I do, and I'll make a very quick comment. The experience mentioned for science journalists, I can very much relate to. At one point in my life, I used to work in an office that was just across the street from the National Research Center. And I always said that it is so much easier for me as a science journalist to know what's happening in a research center or a university in the US than to know what's happening in that building just across the street. And it can be very frustrating for science journalists. But my personal opinion, and it could be wrong, but this is the way I approach this, was that it is a extra level of challenge that living here I need to contend with. And the solution for that for me was to form direct relationships with different researchers in different places where I built up a level of trust where they would talk to me. Sometimes it's off the record, sometimes it's on the record, sometimes they would refer me to someone, sometimes they would pursue getting authorization to speak to me on the record. But having built that relationship with the science community, it has been very helpful to me to overcome this challenge, which I personally found very unfair, but it's a reality I had to deal with.
With this, I thank all the three speakers, Mr. Ehsan Masood, Mr. Muhammad Yahya, and Ms. Raina Saeed. And this was a very informative session, and we discussed a lot of things. And thank you all the speakers for this very important topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. See you on the next session too. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for chairing this session. Now we will have a lunch and prayer break, and all the participants are requested to please join again here sharp at 1400 hours. And the next session will be chaired by the Mr. Michael Wedley and famous journalist from Italy, Mr. Fabio Trono, will be delivering his talk online. And after him, Dr. Najam Abbas Nakmi will be present here in person. And Mr. Asan Masood Sahib is with us for the next second lecture in the next session. So thank you very much. And please join sharp at 1400 hours.
Thank you, sir.
तो मैं कर दूं इजाजत कर लें या इजाजत नहीं है हाँ Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Now we get all the flowers. Yes.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I start session number 6, and I request Mr. Michael to take a seat as the chair of this session, and I will be.
Do you have a hammer and we can babble it?
Oh yeah, hammer is also when they are taking tea or food, and then the speakers of this session is Fabio Turno from Italy, and he will be online. Then the second speaker is Dr. Najam Abbas Naqvi, and I'm glad he's here. And the third speaker is also online, and that is from the second lecture from Ehsan Masood from the Nature. Now I give the chair. Now I give the dice to the chair to conduct the session. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute.
You need this?
Hold on. But
you can start, you can call maybe you are on.
Okay.
You can introduce.
Well, I can't, I was explaining, I can't see with my glasses. I broke my proper glasses. Can you please introduce it? If you will, kindly. Sorry to be a little confusing. I broke my glasses in India and I've not been able to get a.
Okay, Fabio, thank you so much for coming. This is Dr. Javed. We had a lot of discussion on emails and WhatsApp and everything. You are welcome to be here. You are the first speaker of this session. Fabio is, well, there are a lot of things I can, I like to introduce him first. Fabio is a science journalist from Italy, Milan, where he is a director of the agency Zoe of the Science Journalism and of the non-profit Center for Ethics in Science and Journalism. He has a lot of experience and he is a correspondent for the Italy of Research Professionals News and Research of Europe, covering research policy, higher education, research and innovations. He continued stories, analyzing and editorials to the Nature, Nature Middle East and Nature Italy.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this.
I think he will introduce himself too. Okay. Let's
Thank
start.
you very much for this kind introduction and for inviting me. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I was there in 2007, and it was a very, very excellent experience for me. This year, I'm from Milan. I'm connected all remotely, and I hope I will not be too boring because I know that one of the difficulties of these kind of interactions from afar is to become a little bit annoying. So I hope you all had your coffee. I guess you just had lunch, and I apologize for the cough I have. I hope it will not disturb me too much. And I will start, I would say, immediately to go in the middle of the topic I was invited to discuss. So this is I was asked to talk a little bit because I'm not an expert in climate change. I'm a science journalist. I'm not an environmental journalist myself, but I've been in the last maybe 15 years reflecting a lot on the role of the media, the responsibilities of science journalism, and the responsibilities of the scientific communities that very often, I think, overcharge journalism of responsibilities while in a way declining part of the shared responsibilities. So the title of my short presentation, which is a reflection I want to share with you on some of the topics that make it complicated, is a starting point that you will see is a headline of an opinion piece that was published in the United States by the Washington Post a few years ago. So to start with, I just want to suggest you that I will not go into the matter of what is the effect of climate change and what are the causes of climate change. If you don't know it already, I suggest you to go and visit Carbon Brief, which is a UK-based media focused on climate change, on climate in general. They provide huge amounts of very relevant information, mostly for policymakers, I would say. So this is a highly, a very in-depth kind of reporting with a specific kind of audience. So the latest report, you will see this is an article published in January, a couple of weeks ago, and the picture comes from Pakistan. It's a picture of citizens making their way through flooded streets with difficulty in the Dagai Mukarram Khan region in Pakistan. And so the premise for me is, this is what science currently tells us. The year after year, we notice more and more effects of climate change, which is heavily caused by human activities. So then we will go to more on the issue of how to communicate. And so the question, why isn't the media covering climate change all day, every day, was asked by Katrina van den Heuvel in 2018 on the Washington Post, and I liked this kind of approach. She essentially asked around, and one of the explanations, there are several reasons, she said, including the collapse of local daily newspapers, because the more, journalism needs to have a local angle, and you need to have a correct explanation of what's happening around you when it happens. And another issue is that there is so much happening at every moment, so many trees to distract from the burning forest behind them. And so Katrina van den Heuvel said the media has a responsibility to inform, and it has the power to decide what is and is not in the national conversation. Climate change demands to be a constant and significant part of that conversation, and the media has a vital role in making that happen. Anything less, she says, would be media malpractice. So I'm from Italy, and Italy has a totally different kind of approach to the role of the media. A societal role of the media is perceived quite differently, and I know that it is an issue that depends very much on the country, on the culture, on the traditions, on the local uses. So I know that we don't have such a thing as the media as a whole. We have many different media. We have a media market that they share, and so the business model of the media is somehow in common, but in recent years it has changed a lot everywhere in the world. So I think that when we discuss about the responsibilities, we also have to discuss about the societal investment in the kind of, and so the expectations that society can have also depend on how much respect and how much investment is given to that kind of task. Since I have a kind of mindset of science journalist, I've looked for evidence, and one of the most recent published studies that I have found on the coverage in all over the world compared 10 countries from 2006 to 2018. And the conclusion is that the study illustrates important differences between the global north and the global south. While countries from the global north cover climate change more frequently, countries from the global south focus more on its challenges and implications for society at large, which is the societal dimension of climate change, which is something that I think depends a lot on the interest that the readerships of those countries have for the kind of topic. This is also a quite interesting recent study, which we have a say in Italian, it's the discovery of warm water in a way. So that's something that as a journalist, I could say by, how can I say, common sense. But then of course, science needs to check and to find confirmation of something that may look obvious at first. So the conclusion of this study from the Northwestern University is that climate change is a great case study of the false balance problem, because the scientific consensus is nearly unanimous. And this is a topic that was addressed many, many years ago. I don't know how many of you have heard about what is a seminal paper and a seminal book by Naomi Oreskes, which is a professor of Harvard University. She's a geologist, and she published this book, which is The Merchants of Doubt. So the false balance problem is a typical habit of journalism that tends to feel the need to look for the other opinion, to look for the what do the other people think, the opposite side. And when you deal with science, and there is in the case of the paper published on science by Naomi Oreskes, it was 97% of active scientists were already, I think it's maybe 15 years ago or something like that, 2009 maybe it was published. I may be wrong, but the paper of science, she made a review of published studies, and she said 97% are certain that climate change is caused by human activities. Only 3% of those who published something express some kind of doubt on the topic. Of course, the issue is that when you have to present a story on the media, if you call one saying, I think this is the case, and one says, no, I think this is not the case, the impression that you give does not reflect the reality. So this is the abstract from this paper. When fairness is flawed, effects of false balance reporting and weight of evidence statements on beliefs and perceptions of climate change. The conclusion, the interesting conclusion of this study is that contrarian claims problematically inform people's understanding of issues by making them seem more contentious than they actually are. Statements about the broader consensus of experts can, on the other hand, encourage perceptions and understandings in line with empirical evidence. So there is in a way, a clash of, I would say, ethics, because this is a sentence that I like very much from a journalist from BBC Radio, Quentin Cooper. He said the science values detail, precision, the impersonal, the technical, the lasting facts, numbers, and being right. Journalism values brevity, approximation, the personal, the colloquial, the immediate, stories, words, and being right now. And so what he says is there are always going to be tensions between the best possible scientific evidence and what the journalist needs in order to do his job or her job. This is a case study which is very interesting in my opinion, because I was in Washington, D.C. when in 2018, there was a panel on the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, and Harrison Schmitt, which is one of the last human astronauts to have put their foot on the moon, was on a panel. And at the end of that panel, a journalist from the New York Times asked Harrison Schmitt about his position on climate change, because Harrison Schmitt is the first scientist astronaut in the history of NASA. He was the first astronaut that was recruited with a PhD in geology. After him, more scientists were trained to become astronauts, but until Harrison Schmitt, they were pilots who had a lighter scientific training. They were not scientists by training. And the question was, do you think, don't you see the irony? Because when I interviewed you, the journalist of the New York Times asked about the denialists of moon landing, you told me if people decide that they are going to deny the facts of history and the facts of science and technology, there is not much you can do with them. For most of them, I just feel sorry that we failed in your education. So Harrison Schmitt said, those who deny that we went to the moon, they are poor people who have a failed education. But then the journalist said, you are basically having the same attitude towards climate change. And when he asked if there was no irony, the answer by Harrison Schmitt was, I didn't see the evidence. Those are models. That's not evidence. And the audience of my colleagues, mostly because there was a meeting of science journalists, essentially had to reply that there was strong evidence. Of course, not the kind of evidence a geologist is used to evaluate, because the issue is not a only geological issue, it's a much more complex scientific issue. But the science essentially is set. And those who, like Harrison Schmitt, until still today deny that the human change, that the climate change not only exists, but is caused by human activities, are putting themselves in a different kind of scenario, which is not scientific. But still, they have strong scientific credentials. So this is an important issue always to take into account and to keep in mind, because when you speak about science, you speak about something that is abstract, but then you have to talk to people, you have to talk to scientists, and it is very difficult especially on controversial topics to identify scientists that have not only all the credentials, but also all the knowledge to present the scientific consensus. In many cases, also because the scientific consensus is the result of a multidisciplinary approach to a very complex issue. So this is also a recent paper published on the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences last year. And basically, this paper concluded that good science coverage can have a positive impact on continued good coverage of science issues and scientific controversies like climate change can have a positive impact on the perception of not only the citizens, but also the decision makers. But whenever there is a, how can I say, a dissenting voice, a skeptical opinion, this effect is in part vanishing, goes away. And this is something I will try to show you this. I hope you will hear the video. It's a short video. Again, this is 2014. PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, was a few weeks ago. This is John Oliver. You probably know him. Let me know if you can hear the voice.
Screen, it's 50-50, which is inherently misleading. If there has to be debate about the reality of climate change, there doesn't, then there is only one mathematically fair way to debate it. A statistically representative climate change debate. Good evening. Joining me tonight, a climate change denier and naturally Bill Nye Science Guy.
We can't hear.
Guys, in climate change.
Should we be here?
Yeah, we will be hearing.
I'm going to bring out two.
Can you hear it?
No.
No. Your video is not playing correctly.
Okay, I will try with the other version because I have the video.
Okay, sure.
The screen, it's 50-50, which is inherently misleading. If there has to be debate about the reality of climate.
No, but I think I need to change the sharing.
What is being made? What are we listening for?
Well, anyway, I will summarize it. It's a short segment of the John Oliver, which is a journalist, a stand-up comedian in a way. He's one of those American journalists who have a TV show commenting the news of the week, and he put together a kind of imaginary debate, statistically balanced, statistically significant, which was a joke, of course, and he put into the room 100 people, 97 people in favor of the idea of human impact on climate change, and 3 people denying the human role in climate change. And basically, it was a funny, very funny clip, but the conclusion in 2014 by John Oliver was, it doesn't make sense to have this kind of discussion. We should discuss of the science and not have a false balance with denialists. And that's also, in a way, my attempt as a journalist to raise the attention with a funny clip, because the role of the journalist is always to make sure that the audience is engaged, that the audience is interested. So this is another way to look at how the media can keep a frequent flow of news related to climate change. There's a few stories that, I mean, whenever you discuss about impact of climate change, you have a lot of science coming out regularly. So when you speak about the glaciers melting, or you speak about marine ecosystems, you probably have a very small part of the audience that is interested. Then there are topics that are much more interesting and appealing and newsworthy, as the journalists like to say. So when it comes to wet yields, it's something that worries many people, or tomato growing, or coffee which is something that we all need all over the world, or beer prices. These are all very sexy, as we used to say, stories that ended up in the media, of course. But then, as we said, the approach is different depending on the country. In the study that we mentioned earlier, it was divided between the global north and the global south, which is a very broad brush distinction between parts of the world that are very different, one from the other. But the topic was, of course, you can discuss about the coffee or you can discuss about social justice. And this is an interesting, very recent story appeared in Nature magazine about the fact that the cost of climate change is unevenly distributed so far. And the cost is more on the shoulders of low-income tropical countries than it is on rich countries. And so this is a topic that maybe journalists could also address as an opportunity to discuss and to present the best possible science on the fact that this is caused by human activities. So this has to be put on balance with the positive things that industrialization brings us, but this is a kind of a cost-effective balance, cost damage, whatever you call it, balance. So, for instance, this study emphasizes the need for rich countries to pay their share. Given the unequal burden and the share of historical emissions, the global north needs to support the global south in terms of coping with these adverse effects. So this is one more topic that can and should be in the conversation. So just to conclude rapidly, because I don't want to go too long, I wanted to present, as I said, I'm not an environmental journalist, but this is an important paper. You will find it on the website of the United Nations. You have the address on the slide here, with 5 suggestions that the United Nations elaborated together with Andy Revkin, who is an American, in the picture, he's an American activist and environmental journalist who has been covering science, the science of climate change since probably 30 years or so for the New York Times, the National Geographic, and so on. And the 5 suggestions that are detailed on the web, on the page that I put the link to, are essentially to stop being always overly dramatic. We need to face reality. So we need to know that this is happening and we will have to deal with it. So to address issues like adaptation and mitigation, which are the actions that can be done and are being done in many parts of the world to mitigate, to reduce the effect of the climate change with many kinds of, as I said, intervention, or adapt to it also by adopting new strategies. Then the second point is that you always have to go beyond the climate itself and tell a story, because as we said, journalism needs stories. Get local, because journalism needs the local angle to attract the interest of the audience. And think more about the issue of climate justice, as we said. How can you do this? How can you reach your audiences? You need to build trust and engagement by being consistent, by relying on good scientists, on good science, and by showing that you are willing to discuss everything and not you're not refusing to address critics, but at the same time, you're not putting everything on the same level. So one of the issues that I recommend is to always show respect for respectable dissenting opinions and always keep an open conversation. And then the fifth suggestion is not only to be guided by science, which is essential, but also to move the, how can I say, the perception and focus more on the yes side of approving what can be done, discussing in a positive way what can be or is being done, and promote change actively. So these are the 5 suggestions by Andy Revkin. This is me when I was in the period of my life when I came to Islamabad. My first time I was at the MIT as a research fellow of the Science Journalism Night Fellowship, and I met Andy Revkin in that situation. And I was at the conference, at the meeting in Washington that I mentioned earlier, because I was promoting the conference, the World Conference of Science Journalists, organized by the 3 Alpine countries in Italy, in Europe, which is Italy, Switzerland, and France. And of course, we discussed a lot about climate change during the conference, and we now see even more clearly the effect and the impact on the Alpine environment. And I assume that in this we are on the same boat with all the rest of the world, and with Pakistan in particular, because of the mountains that are part of your culture, like they are part of our culture. So thank you very much. I'm open to questions if there are any questions.
Yeah, right. In a simple-minded way, I'm educated as a physicist and a medical doctor. You know, it's a pretty well-established thing that climate change is caused by greenhouse gas emissions. It's next a pretty established thing that the goals of our climate treaty are 1.5 and 2C. And it's also established there are 197 national treaty parties. Now, can you explain to me why we're not putting out, and Carbon Monitor and many others have them by the month now, why aren't we putting out global greenhouse gas emissions on a daily basis with countdown clocks and so on? I mean, it's really dead simple to do, and we're in the digital age. Why aren't we reporting what nations are emitting in almost real time? Once a month, you know, the updates come. Why aren't we putting out the state of 1.5 and 2C? You know, there are these wonderful carbon budgets that Work Group 1 brought out almost 2 years ago. And I'm asking you these questions on behalf of the co-chairs of IPCC. Now, their explanation is that they're forbidden by governments to put out that information, and that's the truth. They have made an agreement that they're simply not going to do that. But they wonder, and they cooperate with us, and I wondered what you think about it. Why do you see that there's so little a greenhouse gas initiative in those 3 areas, the global greenhouse gases, what nations are emitting, and the countdown of the budgets to our goals? Whereas there's just a myriad of coverage of everything under the sun, all these secondary issues going out. Don't you think that this is, you know, a sort of journalistic plot to stay away from the big picture, you know, and simply go with all this little stuff, so it leaves their own nations alone? And I'm particularly thinking of the high per capita emitting nations and the very rich nations. What's your reflection on the big picture of the greenhouse gases?
Well, I confess that, as I said, I'm not a specialist in this. What I can in this specific area of climate change. So what I can say is that I know that there are many excellent journalists and science journalists and environmental journalists who probably have wondered the same in a way. So probably there are the opinion piece by the Washington Post showed, there are many reasons. And one of the reasons is that probably editors and maybe even journalists, because the selection of stories that will be published goes through a chain of the decision making by several layers of editors. Probably they judge that the readers would not understand, would not be interested, would not. So I cannot tell you, because I don't have any specific knowledge how much the topic is being discussed among scientists, because that's a first.
Well, maybe I should replay. Maybe what I'm really asking you is about people who are not specialists. That's what I meant by it's generally known the greenhouse gases cause climate change, that there's a very direct relationship among, at least among educated people, so that wouldn't people wonder if COVID deaths were not reported? You know, if we just said that we're not going to report COVID deaths, COVID cases, COVID vaccinations, you know, the high level stuff that are really addressing.
Well, I can tell you that in my country, I have been scandalized for many, many weeks, because we were hit by COVID first. And we, at some point, we had a daily press conference on the state TV at 6 p.m. where, I mean, they are good scientists. They are not crooks, but essentially what they presented a list of data that I could say as a journalist, I could say that those data were crap. They didn't make any sense scientifically, because there were delays in reporting, because there was no common protocol for collecting data. So every region collected
Did
the data.
Did it ever straighten out? Did it ever, after a while?
Slowly they improved both the quality of specific data and the range of data that they presented.
Okay.
But at some point, they decided to stop communicating. First, they stopped communicating them on TV, and then they stopped communicating them. And I can say that they had some reason for stopping communicating them, because you can always misunderstand. So, and you can always, and even communicating something, I mean, in a way, is a message itself. So if you keep communicating something, you need to be sure and consistent on the fact that it is important to monitor it on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and so on. And then, yeah, one of the issues is always you have to find a trade-off. And for journalists, I mean, there are several journalists. I know many of them who are constantly looking for the controversial issue. So they would be ready to jump on anyone saying there is a cover-up. But sometimes the cover-up is not a cover-up. It's just a difficulty in making sense of the data.
Thank you, Fabio. You stay online. We will take the questions after the session.
I will try to stay. I have a couple of meetings going on.
Okay, fine. If you find the time, I will request to stay. If you want to go, you can go in the meantime. You can come up for other lecture. Thank you so much. Now I have a privilege to introduce the next lecturer for this session. Dr. Najam Abbas Naqvi has an extensive experience of more than 2 decades in the field of space and science and technology and its application. At present, he is working as a chairman and central project director at the National Center of Gas and Space Applications, a project of higher education of Pakistan. He is serving as an associate professor and head of the Space Science Department at the Institute IST, Islamabad, Pakistan. He is the founding head of the specialized master program in the Global Navigation Satellite Systems at IST. Founding head of a specialized master program in the Global Investigation Satellite Systems at SIT. Pakistan, Dr. Naqvi has involved in space education, awareness, and outreach for more than 15 years and engaged in the community of thousands of schools, colleges, and university of students in Pakistan. I don't want to come in between him, and this is a very good resume and experience he has had, so he will deliver the lecture, next lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Khurshid. Thanks a lot for a very nice introduction. First disclaimer is that I'm not a journalist. I'm not related with the media. I'm an academician, and my field is space science, technology, and its applications. And as Dr. Khurshid said, that for the last 20 years, I have been involved in communicating science. And communicating science for community engagement, and especially for the school, college, and university students. So I have come here with a case study. And this case study is the space science communication and community engagement. So my talk will be more towards the space science technology and its applications, and how we have engaged the community and how the academicians can contribute in the science communication. To start with, this is a brief scope that I will try to cover within 30 minutes. A little introduction about the space technology, that how it is improving the life, how it is linked with all the human beings. And then we did a small research. We identified few problems and gaps for the science communication, especially in the area of the space science technology and applications. And then an idea came up. We developed a space education research lab. And then for the last 15 years, we have been doing few things, and those things I want to share with you. So the space technology, everything around us is linked with the space. As you people are reaching over here, you were using the Google Maps. When you are communicating with your friends, you are using the internet. When you are watching any live program, that is again by the space technology. And this whole global economy has raised up to $447 billion in 2020. It is a big market. And now it was supposed to be the public entity, but now the space has been coming to the private sector also. So there is a big market because there is a lot of applications there. As we know that there are some goals identified by the UN, the Sustainable Development Goals. And all these 17 goals can be achieved by the space science technology and applications. As Dr. Fabio was discussing about the climate, we have the Earth observation satellites, and with those satellites, the climate action or the climate change can be monitored. If we talk about the weather, if we talk about the atmosphere, if we talk about the environment, if we talk about the agriculture, if we talk about the minerals, if we talk about the landslide, if we talk about the glaciers, if we talk about the floods, the water flow, everything can be monitored with the Earth observation satellites. And all these goals, for example, the goal number 2, ending hunger, that is linked with the agriculture, with the water, and that can be achieved through the space science and technology. We talk about the goal 6, that is the clean water. Again, it can be monitored and it can be controlled using the space science and technology. We talk about the life below water, life on land, good health and well-being, and quality education. All these goals can be achieved through the space science technology and its applications. And when I talk about the space science technology and application, I'm talking about the satellites. Either those were the Earth observation satellites, or the navigation satellites, or the communication satellites. These three types of satellites, giving us the images, the data, the signals, the information that we can use, and we can achieve these UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the problem is, we identified a gap that in the developing countries and also in the developed countries, there is a scarcity of specialized degree programs related with the space science, technology, and application. If I talk about the Pakistan, you will find like 3 or 4 universities which are offering the specialized program related with the space science, technology, and applications. And when we go, we say, okay, the data is available, the images are available, we can work on it. Then we find that there is a scarcity of specialized human resource. We don't have the specialized human resource in this area. And if we go deep, we can find that there is a scarcity of academic material. We did one research for the school colleges of Pakistan, and we found that in the whole 12 years of education, from K1 to K12, there are not more than 100 pages related somehow with the space science, technology, and applications. So during the 12 years of education, the students here in Pakistan, they are just passing through the 100 pages in 12 years, and those pages are more linked with the solar system and not with the satellite applications or the space application. And finally, why everything is like that? Because there is a lack of clarity about the career paths related with the space science, technology, and applications. And this is a chain. No clarity of the path, no curriculum there, no human resource there. And so we came up with this gap, and we found some solutions that how this space science can be communicated so that we can develop the knowledge base in the form of the curriculum, in the form of the online platforms, or the different things. A few solutions that we came up during our research, it was to set up specialized degree programs in Pakistan, to develop some modern teaching methodologies, to train the teachers and instructors for this specialized thing, and linking STEM and STEAM with STEM. We coined a new word that originated from the STEM in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics is a STEM. Then came the idea of the STEAM, that is science, technology, education, arts, and mathematics. And we came up with the idea of STEP, that is space, technology, education, and popularization. And that popularization is linked with the science, especially the space science communication and the community engagement. Then we came up with the idea of developing some online platforms and doing the need assessment at the primary and secondary and higher secondary education level. And then to involve all the segments of the society and students of different interests and talents for the space science, technology, and its application. And that was the rationale behind doing the science communication, especially in the area of the space science and technology. We came up with the idea of space technology, education, and popularization. And for that, the government of Pakistan developed a National Center of GIS and Space Applications, in which we developed a specialized lab that is named as Space Education Research Lab. And its mandate is to give the education, awareness, outreach, and popularization of the space science technology and its applications. It is a 76 million PKR project, and we have been doing it for the last 3 years at Institute of Space Technology. And the targeted SDGs under this lab are these flashed like 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 17. Under this program, under this science communication, we worked for the space education and awareness for the school and colleges. For those, we created some programs. We participated in the World Space Week celebrations. We designed the specialized summer schools. We worked for the astronomy camps, aqua rocket camps. We worked for the nanosatellite development camps. We designed some destination schools. We had the Dr. Abdul Salam Space Contest, and we had some career counseling sessions. Just give you a view that for the World Space Week, we have been organizing workshops, trainings, lectures throughout Pakistan since 2005. Until now, we have interacted with more than 500 schools, with more than 15,000 students, and we have coined more than 500 competitions. And those competitions are linked with all the fields. It is linked with the literature, it is linked with the photography, the media, the arts, the science. So we combined all the fields and we linked it with the space science and technology. That was our one technique for the science communication. And more than 500 space ambassadors have been trained in Pakistan under this program. In 2017, we designed another school that is called the Space Summer School. It starts with the concept of the Earth, then the atmosphere, then we talked about the aviation, then the rocketry, then the satellites, then the astronomy and astrophysics, and then the celestial bodies, all that. Since 2017, we have trained more than 600 students in this Space Summer School, and more than 100 schools are engaged with us in this campaign. Since last year, we have designed some destination schools in which we went to the different areas of Pakistan, in the northern, in the southern areas, and we have trained more than 500 students of newly merged areas of Pakistan. Those students who have just the basic know-how about the science, and especially the space science, but we reached them and we trained them for the space science and technology and its applications. And that was the one concept of the space science communication. We linked with more than 30 schools, and it was a 4 hours workshop that we did in the different areas, far-flung areas of Pakistan. And now for the university students and young professionals, the first part was for the school college students, and for the university students and young professionals, we have been organizing the International Conference on Space Science and Engineering. We have been working for the workshops in the specialized area of satellite development, and for the rocket development, for the astronomy and astrophysics, for the telescope sites. And on the third side, we are working with the educators also. So the school college students, the university students, and then the educators. For the educators, we have been organizing the different space ambassadors program, teachers training programs, STEM programs, STEAM programs, and the STEP programs. Recently, last night, we had one seminar for the space educators in which we coordinated with the JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, with the SOPARCO, the National Space Agency, and we had a 4 hours session with the science communicator in Japan, And then we had an astronomy night, and this happened just last night. We have been working for different initiatives for the science communication. Like we are developing some space activity books. We are developing some websites, some online portals. So we are enhancing the knowledge base in the different manner so that the space science, especially the space science communication, can be done. For example, the last year we had 182nd Space Film Festival. Normally it is thought that the media or the movies, those are not linked with the space, but we created this idea and we had like 47 film submissions, 11 awards, and that participation was from all over the world. We had the astronomy camp, and in which we called the students of the school, college, and university for 3 days. We gave them the idea about the observational astronomy, the computational astronomy, and they developed, they worked with the softwares, they worked with the telescopes, they played with the telescopes, they got the data, they worked on it. So it was done last year. Recently, we have MOU with the Pakistan Science Foundation for the Space Maker Camps, in which we are developing the small satellites. At present, we have developed the CanSat, a small can-sized satellite for the students, and now we are working for the CubeSat, and all this thing will be given to the school, college, and university students, and we will train them. They will develop their satellite, they will design, develop, and then launch, and then they will get the data. So the point over here is that one way of communication is by doing the things. The concept of STEM, STEAM, and the STEP, it's all communicating by doing the things, and that we have been doing for the last many years. Just to conclude the achievements by till now, our team, we have engaged more than 50,000 students from all over Pakistan in the area of the space science, technology, and applications. We have trained more than 2,000 professionals. We are engaged with 450 plus schools and colleges and 150 plus universities. We had the participation of more than 30 people from 30 countries. We have correspondence with 20 plus countries, and the media impression, including the print, electronic, and social media, is more than 2 million. And that was all done during the last maybe 10 or 15 years. And that we found that this is the one way of communicating. And as Professor Fabio was discussing, there is a problem that the communicators or the people who are in the media, they are not from the same field. So if the academicians, they come up with the ideas and they join the media team, then you will have the better results. And if I tell you about the things happening in Pakistan, there are more than 100 channels and TV channels, and you will not find a single channel related with the science. We see all the time TV for like more than 4 hours, and you will not find a single program related with the science, education, or specifically the space science and technology. That is a very far thing. The point is, the people who are engaged with the media, they don't get the sponsorships. Everything is run on the business. So if there is no business, and how to create the business, the thing is that we have to invest in these areas. And finally, we are partnered with so many schools, colleges, universities, and the agencies, national and at the international level. And this concept is scalable. The people who are here, I offer this whole program to all of you, that we can work together for its scalability. And one idea for the comstech member states and at this forum is that we can develop a regional space education center in which all the countries, the people from the other countries, they can work with us and we can work together, because this is not a need of any one country. This is the need of every country. And together we can do a lot of things. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Naqvi, for a very informative lecture and some of the comments to other organizations to collaborate and think. And I fully agree with you to have a channel dedicated to this, which we don't have in India. Okay, now I invite.
Is there any question?
No question. We will take after.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite the speaker, Ehsan Masood, for his second lecture. First lecture was in the morning. He was a journalist from the Nature, and he is on the networking from there. Now I invite Ehsan Masood to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javed Saab. And I'm sorry I couldn't come for the first two presentations, but just hello to my fellow speakers. I ended the last presentation really with the thought that, considering what is happening in the media industry, and there is a genuine crisis, a sort of, if you like, an economic crisis in the industry, because we no longer have the same sources of revenue and income that we used to have, certainly not in the same way. And so a lot of publishers are now looking at other ways of generating content. And one of those ways, as I mentioned, is they're asking experts, very much people like yourselves who are present here, researchers in science and technology, engineering, social sciences, humanities, and they're asking them to come in as contributors to television programs, contributors to audio, radio, podcasts, and increasingly there are opportunities to write opinion articles in newspapers, in magazines, on websites, and in more specialist publications. And so I was just going to do a very short presentation really about opinion writing for researchers and for scientists. And I'm going to just share my screen if bear with me a second. Can you see my screen there? Guessing the answer is yes, hopefully. And so I'm just going to talk very briefly about some of the principles of opinion writing, and then I'm very happy to take questions and have a broader discussion. I'm probably not going to speak for more than 10 or 15 minutes, just so that we can have more time for the Q&A. So really, first of all, the question that I would like to pose and then start to answer is, of course, why opinion? Why this particular category? And so part of the answer is that within the media industries, there are different types. There's a sort of typology of content. There's different types of content. And I'm talking principally here about print, or the world of what used to be print, now text. I can call it text-based communication these days, of course, in HTML or in PDF and in other electronic forms, and of course on paper as well. And there's different types. The one that perhaps we're most familiar with is news, is the news that we hear, the news that we watch, and the news that we read. Now, this is a particular type of content, and there's a particular way of writing it, which I will just explain briefly. And this is, it's sometimes called the inverted pyramid style of writing. And this is that you start your article with the most important finding at the very top, and you end with the least important. You have to be objective, You have to, at all times, be fair to different sides and different perspectives. You often quote people. If you've interviewed somebody, you might use a short quotation from them. And the story ends, it has a hard stop. It doesn't necessarily have a conclusion. It's just a piece of reporting. And these are, in a sense, the principles of, the very, very basic principles of news reporting. When we as reporters go out into the field, let's imagine if I was reporting from your conference, if I was reporting one of the lectures or a number of lectures, then I would focus on one or two aspects, probably the most important things that I think are for my readers. I would do lots of interviews, and I would, if there is a debate or a discussion, I would aim to reflect the different points of view in that discussion. In that
Sorry,
debate.
Hassan, can you display the whole view of the slide?
Yes, of course, I can do that.
Okay, that will be great.
Right,
Thank
is that better?
Okay, that's fine.
Is that fine? Great, yeah.
Sure.
So I will, attempt to be fair to all the different perspectives, and I will use direct quotations and so on. And most journalism in different countries, there are some variations, but by and large, they follow these kinds of principles. Then if I sort of go back a little bit, once upon a time, and I would say from the days or the period just after the popularization of the printing press, there wasn't such a distinction. This distinction has evolved as different types of content has evolved, and as journalism and communication and mass media has evolved as a profession. They didn't used to be courses in journalism or mass media. There weren't necessarily training in the very, very early days. There weren't principles and rules and guidelines. There weren't associations of different kinds of journalists. And so as the professionalization of the community has gone on, this has followed, or it has gone in tandem with the different types of content. Opinion is, at the one level, one of the oldest forms of journalism. There was a time when most journalism, I would say, was opinion, because if you were wealthy enough to be able to own a printing press and you had the ability to buy the materials required, and you had a reason for disseminating your information or content, then it was very much wasn't necessarily so much about necessarily spreading news, but it was about spreading ideas, and often those ideas would be around opinion. And then at some point in time, news and opinion began to be separate, and newspaper owners and magazine owners who would use opinion sections to try and influence their readers. They might be people in politics, for example, it might be in business, and so they would use printing presses as a way of carrying influence, and that, in a sense, still exists. The traditional older mass media are owned by relatively wealthy people, and they use their ownership of the media to carry influence, and so in a way, it's a way of conveying opinion. But the idea of opinion in newspapers, where a person would sign their name against an article and say, here is my opinion about the news of the day, that's relatively recent. Newspaper owners would always convey their opinion through editorials, through the editorial comments. But these days, probably since the early 1970s, so about 50 years ago, which is still quite recent, that's when the opinion column and the idea of the columnist, a person with a name, and these days with their photo, they would write an article which is not necessarily objective journalism, but is their opinion about something. It's a like, it's a dislike, it's an argument, it's a debate. This is something that began in the United States and is now pretty widespread. In the world of science media, which is where I have mostly spent most of my career, in publications that are read by scientists and written by scientists, opinion came relatively late, and around the end of the 20th century and the beginning of this century, so really about 2 decades ago. And there's a good reason for why it came relatively late to science media, because, as we all know, researchers and scientists are probably more than most people in society. They tend to be, and very understandably, they're not easily disposed to offering an opinion, particularly if there is a discussion or a debate or an argument. Rather like conventional journalism, it's an area where science and journalism are aligned. Research and researchers would like, as much as possible, to be able to write based on evidence and based on fact. And I remember I was working for an English magazine based in the UK called New Scientist, and we created the first opinion section in our magazine. It definitely wasn't the first in a magazine, but it was the first in our magazine. And we called it Opinion, and it was a combination of polemical articles, it was some interviews, it was some profiles of people, often things in the first person, which, as we know, in science, first person writing is discouraged. Science is often written in the third person, often in the passive voice. And so we were breaking quite a lot of conventions and bringing in some of the conventions of normal journalism into the publication. And we got complaints particularly from researchers. And one of those complaints was that, how can you have opinion in science? Science is about fact. Science is about evidence. It isn't necessarily a case of somebody's opinion. And I'm not sure we necessarily convinced the people who were doubting us that often a hypothesis in science might start as an opinion, and sometimes in science the facts change. And in which case, if the evidence changes and the observations lead to new ways of looking at the world, then that also changes. So it was difficult. And unlike other forms of mass media, other forms of journalism, political journalism, economic journalism, fashion journalism, films, entertainment, science has been a relative latecomer to creating opinion sections. But now it's here. And I would say that along with the mass media, the specialist science media now also has opinion sections. We have one at Nature, and sometimes we call the articles opinions, sometimes we call them commentaries, sometimes we call them analysis, and of course we have editorials as well. At the same time, there are many researchers, scientists, as well as scholars in other disciplines who also now write opinion pieces and comment pieces in the mass media, in the mainstream media, particularly newspapers. And of course, they appear as commentators in radio, in television, on the web, on YouTube, and elsewhere. So I think that, to my mind at least, that earlier nervousness, it undoubtedly still exists, but it's on a smaller scale than perhaps it might have been before. So what are the sort of main structural elements that I just want to emphasize here? So unlike in news, opinion writing doesn't follow the inverted pyramid model. So it's not necessary that the information has a hierarchy with the most important thing at the top, and then sort of cascading down to the least important information at the bottom. The principles of opinion writing are very similar in many ways to the principles that you as teachers might be adopting when you're doing your classes with your students. And that is that in a given article, a good length is about somewhere between 700 and 850 words. That's enough for perhaps two main ideas. And the critical thing in opinion writing is repetition. So in news, we wouldn't be repeating. Spaces at a premium. We want to get as much fact-based information as possible. So there's no imperative to repeat information or repeat things. But in opinion writing, because the idea is to comment or to persuade, so in a sense, the psychology is different. And because we're trying to persuade and we're trying to make an argument, it's completely normal and fine to state the argument, to repeat it once, and then to repeat it at the end of the article. So a little bit like in the principles of education and in teaching, in pedagogy, where it's often said in teacher training courses, tell them something, tell your students something, tell them again, remind them, and then tell them that you told them. So just round it off. And that's a principle that we apply in opinion writing as well. Say what you want your readers to think in the headline and in the introductory text, all the stand first, repeat it again a few paragraphs later, and then reinforce it in the conclusion. One other principle that I will emphasize is it's very important to acknowledge the other side. It's good practice, it's good manners, that when we're conveying opinion, we recognize that there might be people who disagree with the point of view that we might be enunciating. And so we acknowledge that they have an argument, they have a point, and then say why you disagree, explain your reasons for disagreeing. So these are, I think Dr. Ikram has a copy of this presentation, so I'd encourage you all, if you're interested in this area, to study this. There's lots of material on the web about writing opinion articles, but these are some of the main principles behind it. And then really, I'm just going to round off with some just some basic tips, some tools for starting out. I think the first thing that I would say is, if you want to write a piece of opinion and you're in the world of research, at least in the very beginning, stick to a topic where you are the expert. Often if you contact an editor, someone like myself or others who might be in the room, and you say, well, I'm the professor of climate change, or I'm a lecturer in sociology, I'm a historian, for example. The question that we will say is, and if you want to write an article, we'll say, well, why do you want to write your article? What gives you the authority? Why should a reader be listening to what you want to say? You might have a valid point of view, but it's important that you bring a reason for why someone like me, who is not an expert or a specialist, should be listening to you. So there has to be a reason. And I think I would strongly urge that in the beginning, at least, if you're starting out, is to stick to those subjects where you have knowledge, where you have expertise. You might have published papers, you might be teaching. If you haven't published papers, you might have lots of experience in teaching, or you might have written books, and keep to that where you can. These days, there are many ways you can start out. In the period of when there were only newspapers and magazines and printed products, of course, it was a much more competitive landscape. These days, we can all be publishers. And I would start with blogging and social media. Social media and blogging are essentially forms of opinion writing. And there's great discipline, particularly if you're on Twitter, for example, or the other short format social media platforms, whichever of the ones that you might be, because it forces you to take an idea and to then think about how to communicate it in fewer words than perhaps you might otherwise be used to. Other ways to write opinion is to review books. Book reviewing is a really established and a really good way to get into opinion writing. The publishing industry is very lively, very vibrant. There are lots of books being published in lots of different languages and all the time. And editors of publications like to publish book reviews because it tells their readers about what's new. And often we like to ask experts to review books. So that's a good way. Summarized research papers is another one. If there is a research paper that's been published in your field and you want to talk about it, you might agree with it, you might disagree with it. It's a good way to get into opinion writing. And then in terms of if you're looking to publish in a magazine or a journal, for example, find the names of the commissioning editors and contact them directly. Editors really like to be contacted. We're often very busy, like all of you. But if it wasn't for people like yourselves, then really we wouldn't be in business. So we're always grateful for an approach. Often the answer might be no. Often we might want to ask you to do some more work, or we might not go with an idea. But as much as possible, we try and be helpful. And if it's something that we think we can't publish, we'll explain why. And if we think there might be an alternative outlet, we might also suggest that as well. So find editors, find their emails. There's lots of ways these days. You can find them through LinkedIn, for example. You can find them through other social media. And of course, through the websites of publications as well. And then in terms of style, it's really important when you're embarking in this style of writing to study it as you would study anything that you're learning for the first time, like a skill, whatever you might be studying. There are many opinion writers. Find the ones whose style you like, find those whose content you like, follow them, read them, look at how they structure their material, dissect, deconstruct. And so study this as you would study anything else, and do it regularly, and that way you'll become better. And just finally, really, research is, there's a good reason why it's taken a while for opinion writing to take a hold in the research community, because research is complex, and it can be contradictory. But I think it's really important for scientists and for other researchers in other fields to be out there and to be commenting, because only we, in a way, unlike so many other members of society, we are equipped, we're very privileged that we have access to knowledge, and we've learned things, and we understand what the contours of a debate might be. We understand what's a good study, what's not a good study. And often, particularly around and after the pandemic, as I was saying this morning, there is a real awakening amongst both the mass population, general population, amongst policymakers, amongst the business community, amongst campaign groups. It's a real awakening around science and the use of science, the applications of science, the misuse of science. And if you're in this world, then I would strongly encourage you to get out there and to make yourself known and heard. And with that, I will hand you back to Dr. Ikram and to Javed Sab. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hassan. It is really a privilege to have you here. Now the questions will be taken after the session is complete. I think you are there to answer a few of the questions. Now I invite Maha for the next lecture. She will be speaking on the science communication, current gaps, opportunities, and way forward. Can I request you?
Thank you, Professor Javed. I think we've come to the end of the conference. Tomorrow is the workshop. So I thought it would be nice to really take some stock and see what is happening right now. And, a lot of time throughout the conference, I saw that people say this is in Pakistan, this is in Pakistan. But let me tell you, when it comes to science communication, the challenges are just universal. Everywhere we face the same challenges, even in developed countries like US or Europe. If not, we will not see activism in Europe, for example. There are climate deniers everywhere. So let's take stock of what's happening. So science communication, current gaps, opportunities, and what's the way forward? Not just stop here 3 days, we're all happy, we praised each other and we go home. But what should we be doing after this? Okay. This morning, Brooke Smith showed this book. This is Communicating Science, and it's a publication by ANU Press. 39 countries, authors were involved, and it also some of the content is history of science communication, current practices, and also ethics and religion. And this can be like, some might believe, some might think that you want to have it separate. Some might want to see how we can work together. There's no right or wrong answer. There's no you are right or someone else is wrong, but it's all how we see our audience. What our audience want, we can actually custom make for them. Challenges and opportunities, and also academic programs. Where are the academic programs? We also heard that there's very few academic programs in science communication, and this book actually tells you where are the academic programs. So I would also recommend you to download this book. That is the link. It's a long link, but all you have to do is just go to press ANU for Australian National University.au, and then you go to their publication section. So science communication history. Science communication is, if we look at the modern day science communication, it is relatively a new field, about 50 years or maybe 60 years or so. But then it is not really a very new field. If we look at the ancient side of science communication, all the Muslim scholars were communicating science. The Greek scholars were communicating science. In fact, they were not called scientists, they were called philosophers. And the church was doing science. The Muslim scholars were doing science. So then, of course, then there's a divide now. Scientists, social scientists, and then the religious scholars. Those days, they were all just one. So after that, there was Christmas lecture. Now Google Christmas lecture. It started in 1825, and Michael Faraday was the first person who gave this lecture, and it is organized by Royal Institute. So what they do is they just go and like what Dr. Sabi does, and Dr. Sabi's images actually brought this image to me. Going there, talking about astronomy to real lay person, children, and non-technical people. So Christmas lecture was happening. Then, as I said, ancient Greek philosophers wrote poems about natural phenomena, mathematics, and astronomy. And I know in Pakistan, scientists wrote poems as well. And I've heard that in one of my first visits to Islamabad. I was so impressed. So you see how science and social science and art and culture, the amalgamation of it. Then, of course, the modern science communication started in 19th century. And today here we are talking about science communication. It is gaining momentum. I'm so happy that it's gaining momentum. People are talking about having academic program. And of course, the global challenges has also accelerated the demand for science communication. So what is the current status of science communication? It is still relatively a new field, as we see. Still, there are questions, how do we do this? How do we connect with media? How do we engage the public? Why is it only Khwarizmi Science Center doing this? But we also have Dr. Naqvi doing a great job in astronomy science as well, in communicating to children. It is still carried out in an ad hoc manner. Again, as like what Dr. Sabi is doing, he's just doing it voluntarily. No one is paying him. And then Dr. Naqvi just now, he presented. So voluntarily, ad hoc manner, and also based on their personal expertise. It's reactive communication. We communicate when there is an issue. When someone says this nuclear technology is not good, and then the scientists communicate. When someone see climate deniers are creating problems, then it is rebutted. So it is a reactive communication. Lack of academic programs. And I know in Pakistan, I think there is no one single institute that provides a master's in science communication or a PhD in science communication. Lack of training opportunities, where even a short course, I think, we don't really have that. A number of universities in other countries offer this. In fact, India offers this. In the whole of Africa, only South Africa has that. And then, of course, it's in Australia, it is big. In Singapore, National University of Singapore has this. In Malaysia, we have the first Masters in Science Communication this March. University Malaya started offering it. I am the first PhD scholar in science communication in Malaysia. So I actually just custom made, and I said I want my title to be PhD in science communication. So there's still lack, we still lack training opportunities. There is no employers. But young students get very inspired when they see what I do. And then they tell me, I want to be a science communicator. But I also feel bad if I mislead them and then tell them go and become a full-time science communicator, where are the employers? So there are no employers. I mean, there are employers, but very, very limited employment opportunities in science. If you want to be a full-time science communicator, there is no incentive to communicate science. You know, scientists were asking, so what do I get up by communicating science? I don't have funding to do this. I don't have assistants to support me. So these are the current status. So a lot of realization, but the good thing is a lot of realization on importance of science communication is taking place now. And that is why we see a lot of conferences and workshops in science communication these days. So what is it in it for me, for scientists to communicate science? So, you know, we all say, mentioned, many speakers said this, science need to be communicated because when we want to solve problems, science has to be adopted, science has to be accepted, science has to be approved. So for this, we need industry collaboration. I always say, even a private university or a big university in any OECD country will not be able to commercialize something themselves. It requires millions of dollars. Vaccine, for example, it requires multiple stakeholders to come together to do research, and it requires millions of dollars to get that to the market. So we need industry collaboration. And for industry to take note of a potential research that's taking place in a university, we need to communicate the science. We need to talk to the media. We need to put that in a visible form, and we need funding for that. So, you know, I always say gone are the days when funding is provided by Ministry of Science, Ministry of Education. Today, there's crowdfunding, there is angel funding. People with high net worth, they are giving funding. Actually, I know a lot of people who have got so much of money, they're looking for viable research that they can support to be commercialized. To garner attention for commercial reasons, for political support, I mentioned in my talk yesterday that political will is the most important thing for science to prosper, for it to go out to the market. To get public acceptance, because without public acceptance, politicians will make popular decisions, not the right decisions. Institutional support, if you are a scientist, you want to expand your lab, you want extra grant for postdocs. So you need to make the impact of your research known. To have regulations and policies that are science-based, we need to communicate science. If not, the policymakers are going to make decisions for us, and we will have to abide by these decisions. We need civic scientists, scientists who are celebrated, scientists who can influence opinions, scientists who can be role models for the younger people. So these are the reasons why science has to be communicated. So whose responsibility is this? So we always see journalists, how come media has no interest? How come scientists are not communicating? Whose responsibility is this? You know, when I was completely wearing my scientist hat, I always blamed this journalists and said, journalists are not making science look good. Journalists are not taking interest in science. There's so many good scientists, so much of good research. Why aren't the journalists going to the lab and getting these stories out? Then when I did my PhD in science communication, I realized I was wrong. It starts with the scientist. The scientist must be the one who talk about science to get the attention of the journalists, to get the attention of editors, to make them know that your research has got news value. If there is no news value, it's not going to hit the headline. So it is the scientists who have to take, you know, the first step starts with the scientist. So we have to talk about science, and we have to make it infectious. So it's not the job of the journalists. They have enough, who was that who said there are enough trees burning that you don't have to look at the forest. There's so much to talk about. Imran Khan, whether it's the former prime minister, right? Or the cricket player. There's so much to talk about them instead of what's happening in our laboratories. So it is our job to make science infectious, to make science look good, to make science the problem solver. It's not the job of the journalists. But if we do that well, journalists will come running after us because they want good stories. Now, if we allow the journalists to champion this is what is going to happen. If you say, we destroyed 10% of cancer cells in a lab rat's tail, and then the next day you will say this person has found a cure for cancer, and this can be very embarrassing for us, because we imagine if you are the scientist and this comes out and your name is there, it's very embarrassing for us. It's not something that's flattering. So we don't want this to happen. So we have to keep the ball in our turf. Now, of course, then the scientists will say, but my job is to teach, to do research, and I'm not trained to communicate. I don't have funding. I'm supposed to do research, consultation, supervise students, and to do some admin work. So how can I do this? So, but then again, the answer is you have the not only the obligations, but then in the return, the benefits come back to the scientists. So it's time that we take up this role as well. So the next question is, who can become a science communicator? Should I have a science degree to become a science communicator? The answer is no. There are so many journalists who can communicate science so well and tell a very nice story, much better than a scientist who does that research. My PhD supervisor from Australia is not a scientist. He was a journalist, and he's one of the top scientists. He even sails on cruises in Antarctica. He's called by the cruise, and he sails free with his family, because what they want is they want a science communicator to entertain the passengers. And I was so envious when I saw his photos in the cruise, enjoying Antarctica and the glacier and everything, while he is talking about science and entertaining the people. So you see, they one of the best science communicator, and he does not have a science degree. So there is a pro and con of having a science degree and not having a science degree. I have a science degree and I am a science communicator. The pro is there is a little bit of credibility because of my science degree. The con is I can be biased as well. And I'm still looking at science through the lens of a scientist. I say it's fascinating. I say it's exciting. I say it's a problem solver. But then it is important for us to look, without a science degree, these science communicators will be looking at the science in a different, through a different lens. So they will be able to have the empathy for those who do not agree with the science, and they will know how to tackle that. So you see, there's a pro and con. So anyone can become a science communicator. Opportunities. Now, there's a lot of opportunities now for science communication and for science communicators. The pandemic has opened the door and put scientists in the limelight. And I tell media, don't stop this. Don't come to us only when you have a problem. Please, engage us all the time. Climate change, food insecurity, and all these challenges has really created a big demand for science communication. I was mentioning right after this trip, I'm going to Istanbul, because WHO is looking at how they can be prepared for future crises. So they're already talking about science communication. So there's a lot of opportunities now, and I think we have to go on this trend and make use of this to put science in the pedestal or on the pedestal. So what are the career prospects for science communicators? Now, as I said, there are not many employers, but certainly we can shape our own career. And that's exactly what I did. So we can become a science communicator. There are research institutes which require science communicator. You can work in the PR section, although currently the PR section is mainly on branding the institute, but it is good to have a science communicator there as a PR person. All the UN agencies that are related to science, whether it's UNDP, UNEP, WHO, and all the other UN agencies, they have science communicators, either full-time science communicators or experts. So I served for 3 years in Sri Lanka, not remotely, working from Kuala Lumpur, as a UN FAO expert for science communication on biosafety. So all UN agencies has that. Government agencies, some government agencies have science communicator positions. For example, science centers, national science centers, for example. We can become consultants, but that is, of course, after we have really upskilled ourselves and we have created a good, credible position for ourselves. There is movie industry. Do you know Hollywood requires science communicators? All the science programs, they need science communicators, because of course, it is dramatized. there is also fictional, but then they also want some, a portion of it to be real science. So there is opportunities there. You can become trainer. I'm a trainer. I train scientists and policymakers on science communication, mass media. Esan is he's not in the mass media. He's more on a science journalism for journals. But then there's also mass media where you can become science communicator and science entertainers. Now, I'm sure this happens in Pakistan. When we have children who are celebrating their birthdays, then you invite a clown. Do you? Can we now invite a science communicator and do some experiments where it will explode and some colors comes out and all those things, and explain science in a corporate event, in birthday parties? So young graduates can actually find this as an employment opportunity. So it's just all what we can do with these skills. So what's the way forward now? Now, I think we should not stop here. We should establish science communication office. Not easy, but this is my wishful thinking. I know it cannot be done next month, in a year, but we should work towards this. Establish science communication office in all universities and research institutes. So we have a PR department, public relation, but public relation, as I said, their job is to brand the institute. Their job is not to demystify science or talk about science outcomes or research outcome. Can we have a science communicator in that office who will support scientists when in communicating science and in engaging society, in engaging regulators or policymakers? So, this is important. Introduce science communication modules in all STEM programs in the university. So whether it's engineering or pharmacy or medicine or biotechnology, food technology, space technology, these graduates, undergraduates, can we ask them to take one unit in science communication? So wherever they go after that, whether they become a corporate industry player or they become a policymaker or they become a scientist, they have basic skills to communicate science. Include layman abstract in all journals. There is an abstract, right, in all journals. Now, can we ask scientists to write a layman or lay person abstract in all journals? So when policymakers, they will not read the journal because they're not going to understand that. Or even scientists from a different field will not read the entire journal, the paper that you have written, but by reading the layperson abstract, anyone can understand. And this can be supported by the science communicator in the PR office. Oh, sorry. No. Oh, yeah, here. Okay. Now, then allocate a small percentage of grant for science communication. Britain was doing this. UK was doing this for a while. I'm not sure if it is still done. So if we get $1 million grant, can 1% of it be allocated for the scientists to do science communication in any form? That means it's an obligation. Whether you start a website or whether you start a blog, scientists have to do this with that 1% of what is coming, because this is taxpayers' money. So you have the obligation to tell the taxpayers what you're doing with that money. Training for scientists in science communication. This is one example. Scientist performance based on public engagement. So you get a professorship not only because based on your number of papers, but also how much of engagement you have done with the public. Postgraduate programs in science communication, as I said, we need this master's and PhD in science communication. Now, for all those things to happen, maybe we need a national science communication policy or strategy, because without this, without a top-down approach, it's all going to be talk. So maybe we need a national science communication policy. So from there, we can implement all these things. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maha. Now I request Dr. Whiteley to take the questions and other Dr. Fabio is here, Ahsan Mansoor Saab is here, and we can have the questions from the audience, and Dr. Whiteley can give his comments about the session, and thank you so much. Dr. Whiteley, please.
Let's hear some even if you want to put topics together or think about the various things that we've discussed with science and communication and so on, or what problems you're having.
Okay. First, you introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Wajid. I would like to ask from Ehsan Masood. I heard maybe I might have missed your remark, but it would be nice if you can reinforce the idea. So you presented an idea that, okay, it's fine to have an idea. Anyone can have an opinion. However, there is a diametrically very difference in the opinion when it comes to a social scientist or a one who is doing philosophy and the one who is doing the basic science. So for example, the person who is doing the social sciences can say, what was God doing before creating the hell? So, I mean, I have the answer. He was creating the hell for those who ask questions like this. Orthogonally to it, so if a scientist says, okay, A plus B is not equal to A plus B squared is not equal to C squared, or the Schrodinger equation is not something like this, which is like this, the people will come to me and say, hey, look, the problem is with you, not with the theory. So hypothesis based on certain facts, that is what the science teaches me. However, in social sciences or in journalism, you can have any orthogonal opinion. Your take, Ehsan Masood sir, thank you very much.
Ehsan sir, please.
I can see who's asking the hard questions. I probably take a different view to an extent. I mean, I'll come back to one of the things that I said, which is that at least to begin with, I mean, you know, this is, you know, writing any kind of material, whether it's non-fiction or fiction, short or long, it's a skill, it's a craft. You know, it's like, it's like carpentry, metalwork, painting, picture framing. You know, it's a craft, it's a skill. It takes time, it takes years. I mean, me and my colleague Fabio, we've been at it too long now. We're probably close to the end of our careers here, and we're still learning. You know, we still look at where we can improve and the mistakes that we make all the time, even though we've been in this business for many decades now. And so to start with, you know, you start with what you know. If you're a philosopher and you're comfortable with the philosophy literature, you're comfortable with you know, with the corpus in your field, then think about communicating that. The one thing that I guess unites all forms of and when I say science communication, I should probably clarify, I really mean research communication, and that does unify in a way. It's a way of unifying the different disciplines. I mean, you've mentioned social science, philosophy, and natural science. But as Dr. Maha was reminding us that, you know, a lot of these disciplines have common roots, and they weren't so specialized. And in many cultures, and you know, Islamic cultures are one of them, but also in Germany, for example, you know, they have a common word. I mean, in English, it's interesting that in English, you know, there are different words for science, humanities, social science, and of course we have research, but research is often a shorthand for scientific research. But other languages, European languages, and also non-European languages, they have words like ilm, like you have ilm in Arabic, you have wissen in German, you know, which is a better word for knowledge or scholarship. And so, I would say, learn the methods, learn the techniques, and apply them, you know, to your discipline. And over time, you know, you might be a philosopher, but there are philosophers of science. You know, there are scientists who train in philosophy, and because they want to take a more philosophical approach to understanding science. There are sociologists of science who combine a social science with a natural science discipline. And so, yes, it's true that, you know, we are at a particular juncture in history where there's intense specialization. Our faculties are split up, and we have different we're organized according to disciplines, but increasingly, and as has been the case in the past, less so today, of course, you know, that there has been a more of a unity. And of course, you know, if we look at the great challenges that our societies face, you know, challenges of economic development, challenges of poverty, challenges of infectious diseases, challenges of climate change, disinformation, misinformation, and these require a very multidisciplinary approach. They require different disciplines working much closer than perhaps they might have done before. So I'm not sure if that answers your question necessarily, but I'm less pessimistic, and I think I would just start with things that you know and then branch out.
Any other question?
Hello, it's Awais Qasim from Qaid-e-Azam University. I'm a scholar of microbiology, and I'm much interested in astrobiology because I had a course of astrobiology. So my question is to Dr. Najam, that would you think, like in future sometime, we will be having elective subject in intermediate for students, whether to go to the space science and to the bio or maths, because you done STEP project and maybe their impact will be experienced in future?
Actually, when you see at this time, all the fields are interdependent and we are seeing the interdisciplinary things. So hopefully, in a very near future, the things will be combined, because astrobiology is too much in, and while we are talking about the astrophysics or the astronomy, basically in astrophysics, it is quite linked. And even when we talk about the life of the astronauts, or going into the space, that is a very common thing now. So astrobiology, there are some institutions, not in Pakistan, but in other countries, where they are offering the courses in astrobiology. And hopefully this will be here soon.
Any other question? Oh, okay. Mr. Aleem Khan.
So I have a question from
Aleem
Mr.
Ahmed
Najam.
Asghar.
What is the feasibility for biologists to make their career or collaborations with IST as a biologist? How we can get into IST, or like we can do collaborative work? Any possibilities?
Yes, the
You
student
can
mentioned
suggest.
that there is a link of, there is a field that is called astrobiology. So if you are interested in the space science and technology, then you can work in the field of the astrobiology. And a few years back, we were working in that domain, but at present, we are not working. But this is a growing field, and the people are working in this area. Yes, you can.
I can give a little example. When they have gone to NASA first time, they took a machine with them which can estimate the microorganisms present in the atmosphere. So it can be applied. That machine was dependent on the carbon dioxide absorption, which is produced by the metabolism of microorganisms. So
basically, if you talk about the different vegetables or the agriculture, there is a big research going on for the zero gravity agriculture side. And if you talk about the medicine, yes, the effect, the G effect on the bones, and also for the psychology side, because when you someone goes into the space or experience the difference in the G's, there is a psychological effect also. And also living there without the people, that is the psychological side. So the people are working in this area.
Okay, can I have
My question is to Pakistan. I know NASA is doing a lot
Yes.
related to biosciences and space, but with reference to Pakistan and Islamabad,
You can
how
do,
we can explore?
yes, you can do the interdisciplinary research. If you are into the master's program or the PhD, you can take some supervisors from the IST in the domain of the astronomy or astrophysics or the space science, and one supervisor from the medical side, and we can have the combined research. That is possible.
Hassan, for you?
Jawed Saab, unfortunately, would you be able to repeat the question? I didn't quite catch it.
Please repeat the
Yes.
question.
Hassan Saab, I was just wondering, you told us about the importance of commissioning editors. So I was wondering if you are one of them?
I am specifically, I'm not a commissioning editor, so my role at Nature is we don't have an editorial board on our journal like lots of other journals do, but we still have a group of editors who collectively decide the journal's editorial comment line. which is every week we publish articles that reflect the views of all the editors. They're usually unsigned, and it's nature's view or nature's voice. And so that is one of my main jobs that I work in. So it's mostly our internal editorials that I work on. But if you would like to contact a particular commissioning editor, or if there's something that you wish to alert us about, I put my email in the chat box, and there's also a link to the other commissioning editors in that. If you go onto that URL, and that way you'll find all the others. But you're very welcome to write to me if there are specific things that you'd like to discuss.
Dr. Wadley, would you like to give the final concluding remarks?
Hello, I have a question about climate change. Basically, we are discussing about science communication. Nowadays, everywhere we are communicating about sciences. There is a single entity. Without sciences, we can't do anything. So we just want to elaborate in our social sciences, in our climate, in our atmosphere, that everything is restricted to the science and communication. Whether we are making any plan to look after our health, because it's harming everywhere. Everywhere you are just contributing towards the laser lights, anything else you can say, that communications, lasers, waves in spaces everywhere. So there is any restrictions to which is helpful for not harming the human lives, because basically which we are destroying the nature with our communication, with science, technologies, everywhere we are lapsing. We are communicating, we are investing a lot, but we are not getting the benefits for which our health, because when we are going to be healthy, our body, our souls, our minds are in a good mood, then we can penetrate to other communities as well, in our culture as well. So this is the thing which is you should have to more convenient to discuss on these things as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Javed Sahab, there's a question in the chat from Paris. It's for Dr. Maha, and it's about the Science Media Center in Malaysia. Question is, how would you communicate with the media? What channels, what medium?
Okay.
Yeah.
Maha, can you comment, because we have also discussed that. So Paris is asking a question about the media.
Okay, I think the question is on Science Media Center. I think most of you know there is Science Media Center UK, who started it first. SMC, we call it SMC UK or Science Media Center UK. So the reason is because throughout the 2 days or 3 days, we saw that there is a divide between journalists, media, and the scientists. And today we also saw through the talk of Mr. Fabien Tourné. He spoke about the balance in media reporting. So it is important that, as I said, science communication, I strongly believe it starts with the scientist. So what we do is, with the Science Media Center, we post press releases, we post expert quotes. Expert quotes meaning if there is something happening right now, something is trending, whether it is misinformation or some crisis, and then we get the experts related to that subject, and we ask them questions, and we post that on Science Media Center, and it is for easy use of the media. So this is basically providing information to the media so that to make sure that science is reported in a more accurate manner. So that's what basically Science Media Center does.
And I just want to jump in, sorry, just to say that Science Media Centers are amazing. I am a very, very big fan, and so are my colleagues. It's still a relatively new movement, but the value is that when there is an area where there might be controversy and where there might be different points of view, like an emerging field like COVID, for example, what the Science Media Centers do is that they, as Dr. Maha said, they bring together researchers representing different fields, different perspectives, and they provide us, the journalists, with the sort of the benefit of their latest thinking and their latest knowledge. It's really, really valuable. And if I could plug, I think Comstech should help set one up.
Thank you so much, Hassan. Pakistan has also been working for the Science Media Center for last 3 years. In some of the things we are combining with the Chinese in the Science Media Center, and then recently the person who is involved and who is doing that is the technology times person, and we are also trying to combine with Malaysia in the science, forming the Science Media Center. Actually, it should be a national science media center which can combine with the other organizations which are already working. That is another question, but we do up till now for the last 3 years we are doing it without a bureaucrat. So let's see what the future is. Now I will ask Dr. Wedley to give his concluding comments so we can come to the conclusion.
Literature, popularization, and outreach you worked out regarding space science and technology. My point is very simple. How much of its percentage in the local languages so that a common people within this country can better understand it? That was my simple question.
As I mentioned that recently we started destination schools. So last year we went to Kalam and the Baragali and Ahmedabad. And you will be amazed to know that all of our lectures were in Pashto. Everything was in Pashto. We didn't talk in Urdu or even in English. So we have the team, and we know that anyone can learn the better in his or her own language. So when we went to the KP, our friend, he is from the KP and he's working with us. So everything was in Pashto. And we have the people from all the provinces, and we have a plan. If we will go somewhere else, we will use their language, because the main purpose of the popularization and awareness is to use that language. Otherwise, it's just only the cosmetics, nothing else.
We are taking the last question.
Munir Fayyazi, I am an assistant professor of English literature, a multi-language scholar, literary critic, and art critic. The odd man out in the company. I have a couple of questions. I can place them. You can answer them one by one. My first question is from Mr. Ehsan Masood. You talked about making sense, and I agree to it, because most of the science research papers that I've gone through, I've read, are so many overshadowed, overcasted by literary jargon. They make least sense to a person who is a layman to sciences like me. Can we have an ESP that is worldwide, English for specified purposes? Can we introduce an ESP on every science course that teaches the students to communicate clearly without using jargon? Because as a language teacher, I have come across students who are very bright with their ideas, but they cannot communicate clearly. Secondly, my question is from Dr. Najam Abbas. Spoke so well, sir. But how to attract sponsors is the question, because these days everything that comes on out of the industry and that's shown on screen, that attracts sponsor. Science is nowhere there. And your plea that science is yet not there in our culture. Science is not there yet as a social culture in a society. So what measures can we take on making at home with science? Secondly, you said there are only 100 pages up to higher secondary school levels. I think while you were speaking, I thought it is really feasible to design pilot projects for primary, secondary, elementary, and higher secondary levels to attract students on cosmology and space sciences. It is very much doable. We can approach curriculum wing to redefine curricula and syllabi at very basic levels to give students direction on very primary levels. Thank you.
First, your question.
It's a really good question. Some really good questions. I think regarding jargon and expert language, the thing I would say is that this is really unavoidable, and it's unavoidable. It's not, in other words, it's not something that can be fixed or where there's necessarily an easy answer. And this is because every field has its, when you train in something, you train to be an engineer or technician or an accountant or lawyer, even, dare I say, a politician. This kind, training and expertise brings with it concepts that have to be learned, expert words, even I'm sure in your own field, in English literature, in literary criticism, in theory, in practice, there is that. The one thing that we do within the world of science communication is that we recognize that we, even though those of us who are older now, we're always on a learning journey. And the method that we employ, and I'm starting to think after your question if this is something that could be perhaps used in education more broadly, is what we do is we interview experts. And so if I'm writing or editing a story about climate change, then I will speak to a range of experts in that field, and I will insist on continuing to ask the question until I understand the answer. And it's about being persistent, because I'm not an expert in most things, but I know that the people who read me are also like me. They even those of us who work in science media, a biologist will not understand the language of particle physicist, and it may well be the other way around. And so when we're trying to understand science and to be able to communicate it to a broader audience, the method that we employ is that when we're talking to experts, we will say, if you've explained the paper and I don't understand it, I will just keep asking the question until I feel confident that I understand it. And if I understand it, then I know that others will. And perhaps that's something that it's just a skill. It's a good skill. It takes time to acquire and to practice, needs a lot of practice. Perhaps that's something, in answer to your question, that may be introduced more at the level of education.
Dr. Naquet, would you like to say something?
So your two questions. First thing is about the culture. In any culture, first we have to glamorize something. In Pakistan, in Asia, the cricket has been glamorized. So everyone wants to be a cricketer. Or you have glamorized the showbiz. So first thing is to glamorize science. And there is a glamour. As ma'am said, that in your parties, you can have the science. And with the advent of this social media, now it is a big chance to glamorize science. One thing. Second is to identify the role models in science. You just take any newspaper, any social media, you will not find a single news related with anyone who is doing anything in the science. But believe me, the people are doing science. The third thing is that make science lovable. There are a lot of people, maybe you too, who don't like mathematics. Why? Because we didn't have the teachers good in mathematics. Otherwise, believe me, your English literature is very difficult and doing a mathematical equation is very easy. It depends on the teachers. And again, this culture, when this culture will be evolved, then the people will love this science. And when the people will love science, then they will narrate the story in science. This science communication is more linked with your passion. Science is very, very interesting. It's very beautiful. But if you love that thing, then you can clearly show the sky, the stars, and the enormity of this whole universe, and the beautification of the space travel, space voyage, and everything related with the space technology. So the basic thing is to create that love, to glamorize it, and to make it a place in this culture. If something is like that, then everywhere you will listen the stories of that.
Maha, you like to comment?
Yes, yes. Now, I want to give a different angle about jargons. I know a lot of science communicators will tell you no jargons, but there's no one way, just one rule for science communication. Science communication is very fluid, just like any other fields. Now, I will tell you, use jargons, but don't use 10 jargons, all the jargons in your research. Just choose 3 significant jargons, signature jargons in your research that you can't live without, that you can't eliminate, and make that a layperson term. Now, let me ask you, DNA. Is DNA a common term today? I will say DNA is in Pakistan, cricket is in Pakistani DNA. I will say biryani is in Pakistani DNA. Am I wrong? I mean, scientifically, I'm wrong, yes, because there's no DNA, such DNA. But exactly. So how come DNA became an English word? So today, mRNA has become an English word. mRNA vaccine. What vaccine did you get? Oh, I got adenovirus. I got an mRNA vaccine. So mRNA has become a vocabulary, a layperson vocabulary. So I would tell scientists, don't eliminate the jargons. We need to glamorize science. And science cannot be glamorized just with very basic language.
Yes.
So choose 3 signature jargons in your science, in your research, keep using it, explain, give relevant examples, and reinforce and make that become a glamour language. And let me tell you, people want to flaunt with terms. When you go to see a doctor, you want to pretend like you know, oh, what is that? For chemotherapy? You think my grandmother should go for chemotherapy? Okay, yeah, I understand. You want to pretend like you understand all these terms and not pretend, but you want to show the doctor you're not so dumb after all. So people want to use that in science as well. So please, my take, use jargons, but not 10 jargons, please.
Okay, Dr. Wadley, may you like to conclude this session, and thanks to speakers.
We have an avalanche of questions after there were none to begin with. That's great. Okay, I'm the oldest here, I'm sure. So I'll give you the wisdom of all this white hair. I worry about the big lies. I really do. I worry about prioritization and the top of the tree, the top of the pyramid. And again, because climate change is so important and so impactful, I'm really, really worried that the politicians and the good newsers are going to good news us to death. They really are, that we're going to pass one milestone after another. If you go to the media, at least up in the north, in the west, whatever you call it, you do not see the warnings that IPCC, I really think, wants you to see, which is just 4 years to 1.5. And don't stop there. Every journalist will write, oh, well, now we're at 1.5. And they will not write about 2. 2C is in 17 years. And then they won't write about 4. It's in 2100, when kids will still be alive. So I think we have to get to that prioritization. We got to look for the big lies. The big lies today are, we're keeping 1.5 alive. That's the mantra, man. Hey, keep it alive, so on. Cut half emissions by 2030, net zero by 2050. Look, those dates are all in the future. Meanwhile, we hit 1.5 in 4 years. Now take that over to consumption, which is our problem with the biodiversity. 90% of biodiversity loss is caused by consumption. The politicians and the good newsers have kept consumption off the table. The figures aren't out there. There's no reduction being made. We're cutting food waste. We're having food waste globally per capita by 2030 by 50%. So that's 50% down. That's 0.05 of what we're ripping out of the ground of consumption today. In other words, I guess my message is the big pictures, the big lies, look for them, report on them. I think that's a very important thing we're missing. And maybe it's a metaphor for me as well. When I started, it was something called 24 times truth, 24 times per second. That's because that's the film speed that was running. I only had film then. I didn't have reusable digital. So everything was precious. I had to look around for the big lies, for the big important stories, because I only had that much film. It was difficult to use. You couldn't erase it and do it again. Today, with all this erasable media, with the plethora, oh, it doesn't matter, we can do all this. I think that extends to journalism. So we throw out every fucking story imaginable of any work, big, small, blah, 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 and everything gets homogenized. That's not just the journalist's problem. Of course, it's the recipient's problem as well. But as journalists, again, I leave you with the idea, let's look for the big, big lies that'll really affect our lives. Thanks.
Okay, I again like to thank all the speakers which joined us for this session and gave their views, valuable views, I would say, and a very nice discussion about the topic. And I thank Fabio, Asen, and Nadim Rizvi, Maha, all speakers of this session. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. We'd be nothing without you. My fellow long hair. Oh, yes, I just caught it. There you are.